Chapter 3649. Gu Fei and the mysterious man behind Nanbatian started fighting. This man, who was said to be even stronger than Nanbatian, was really awesome. At this time, Gu Fei and the mysterious man with the bronze mask directly fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. A terrifying aura spread out, and stars constantly exploded in the starry sky, shining with the most dazzling light. "Brat, what's going on? I can't even sleep for a while." At this time, an old man with messy hair suddenly poked out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron that Gu Fei was holding. This old man looked very angry. "Tisk, I'm not bothering you. If you want to find someone to settle the score with, that person is right there. What's the point of squeaking at me?" Gu Fei pointed at the mysterious man with the bronze mask. "Hee hee, little guy. You want me to help you kill this guy?" The little old man was extremely cunning. Naturally, he knew that Gu Fei was trying to attract hatred. However, he did not want to be Gu Fei's hired thug for free. One must know that there was a price to pay for everything. I did not say that." Gu Fei quickly shook his head. He did not want to be tricked by this little old man. The god of the mountain and river cauldron had lived for God knows how long. This guy was the only one who tricked people. No one had ever tricked this guy. At this time, when the mysterious man saw the little old man, he could not stay calm. As an expert of his level, he naturally knew what this little old man was. A god of the supreme Tao treasure. The ancient cauldron in his hand was actually a supreme Tao treasure. Moreover, the god of this supreme Tao treasure was not asleep. This was incredible. It should be known that most of the gods of the supreme Tao treasure in the world were in deep sleep. This mysterious man knew very well what an awakened extreme path Tao artifact meant. "You deal with it yourself." The little old man suddenly looked up at the sky and then said, "By the way, this guy is not simple. He should be from that place." After saying that, the little old man ignored Gu Fei and instantly disappeared from the mountain and river cauldron. "This guy, he left just like that?" Gu Fei was dumbfounded. "You actually obtained a supreme Tao artifact?" The mysterious man stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. The gaze behind the bronze mask turned extremely cold, and a deep killing intent filled the entire starry sky. "I didn't expect you to be from that place. You guys have stretched your hands too far." Gu Fei stared at the mysterious man in front of him, his gaze turning sharp. "Humph. The myriad worlds are under our control. Do you think the ancestral god realm is an exception?" The mysterious man sneered. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked, but on the surface, he was very calm. "What big words. You want to control the universe? Can you do it? How can a lowly creature like you imagine the place I came from?" The mysterious man said proudly. "Lowly creatures?" When Gu Fei heard that, he immediately became angry. Damn it. Did these guys really think that they were superior to others? He was feeling too good about himself. He needed to let this guy know what it meant to step on his face. Swoosh. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared in the void. The mysterious man was taken aback. A ball of divine light immediately emerged from his body and enveloped him. An extremely cold aura spread out, and the surrounding void was frozen. "What?" The mysterious man raised his head abruptly and saw a big foot rapidly enlarging in his pupils. He hurriedly raised his hand to block it. The huge foot directly broke through the mysterious man's protective divine light and stomped on the mysterious man's right arm. In the next moment, with a crack, the mysterious man's arm bone immediately broke, and his entire arm bent strangely. Bam! The huge foot directly stomped on the mysterious man's face, and the bronze mask cracked. Roar! The mysterious man roared angrily, and like a star, he fell from the starry sky. His long hair danced wildly, and extremely terrifying power of exploded from his body. The stars were directly frozen, and then exploded, shattering into countless ice shards. 9 kills with 1 sword. Gu Fei roared angrily, and directly waved his right hand. 9 immortal sword lights directly rushed out of his hand, turning into a shocking sword rainbow, and instantly caught up with the mysterious man falling from the starry sky. "You!" The mysterious man was shocked and angry. He also did not expect to meet an expert like Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had already far exceeded his expectations. Black moon rising. The mysterious man did not dare to be negligent. A divine moon directly rushed out of his body and directly met the 9 immortal sword lights. Boom! The black moon and the 9 sword lights instantly collided, and a loud sound burst out. The black moon and the 9 sword lights simultaneously disappeared in the void, turning into a terrifying torrent that spread out in all directions. A huge black hole appeared high in the sky. At this time, a figure directly passed through the black hole and suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious man and directly punched the mysterious man's chest. The violent fist power directly exploded, and the mysterious man's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the mysterious man's true appearance. When Gu Fei saw the person's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. This person looked too much like someone he knew, but the person he knew was a woman, and this person seemed to be a man. Although he was shocked, he still punched. Bam! Gotcha! The dull sound of the collision and the sound of bones breaking was heard at the same time, and the mysterious man fell even faster. Boom! The mysterious man once again smashed into the southern wasteland mountain, and the entire southern wasteland mountain shook. A small part of the mountain was directly destroyed, and dust filled the air, covering the sky. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This was really a battle between immortals, and mortals suffered. There were countless ferocious birds and beasts living in the southern wasteland mountain. The southern wasteland mountain in the southern continent was a forbidden area in the southern continent. Almost 60% of the ferocious birds and beasts in the entire southern continent were gathered here, especially in the depths of the southern wasteland mountain. It was said that a quasi-supreme beast had once appeared there. Of course, this was only a legend, and the existence of a beast was not something that everyone could see. It should be known that a beast was so powerful that it could compete with a quasi-supreme human. Because ferocious beasts had an innate advantage, whether it was in terms of attack or defense, they were much stronger than a human quasi-supreme human. Therefore, a beast was much stronger than a human quasi-supreme human. However, the battle had already covered the entire southern wasteland mountain. If there was a beast in the southern wasteland mountain, it would have been alarmed. However, the legendary beast did not appear. Roar! At this time, the mysterious expert from the ancestral realm roared in anger, and the chaotic power of Een burst out. A small part of the southern wasteland mountain was frozen in an instant. Countless ferocious birds that had soared into the sky were frozen into ice sculptures and fell from the sky, smashing into pieces on the ground. Countless ferocious beasts that were trying to escape from the mountain were frozen on the ground in an instant and became motionless, turning into real ice sculptures. Even the divine race's soldiers that were fighting in the sky were affected by the chaotic power of Een that burst out from the mysterious expert. Countless divine race's soldiers were like the ferocious birds and beasts. They were frozen into ice sculptures and fell from the sky like dumplings, smashing into pieces. The divine race's army in the sky rushed far away, hiding far away from the mysterious expert. Lowly living being, I'm going to kill you. The mysterious expert was enraged, and he was on the verge of going crazy. One should know that he was a famous expert in the ancestral realm, but he was repeatedly smashed down from the sky by a lowly living being from the ancestral god realm. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. The mysterious expert's injuries were healing rapidly, and soon, his broken bones were completely healed. It was as if he had never been injured. There was no doubt that the mysterious expert was strong, because the battle strength he displayed was much stronger than Nanbatian. If Nanbatian fought against Gu Fei, he would have been defeated by Gu Fei long ago. Although Nanbatian had cultivated the invincible tyrant body, Gu Fei had cultivated the primordial spirit sword secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way. This was a secret art that specialized in destroying the opponent's primordial spirit. Although the overlord of the South Continent, Nanbatian, had an indestructible tyrant body, his primordial spirit was not indestructible. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, he would only be left with a soulless shell. Rumble, the entire void was shaking, and then, huge dark cracks appeared. The mysterious expert was furious, and a huge black moon emerged from his body, and endless chaotic power erupted from the black moon. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Is he desperate? Is he going to jump over the wall? Gu Fei stood high in the sky. He did not seem very surprised when he saw this scene. This fellow came from the primogenitor's realm. Since he had the ability to turn the entire primogenitor's realm into a mess, his cultivation and battle prowess would naturally not be weak. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to wait for this arrogant guy to gather enough power, and then crush him ruthlessly. Gu Fei wanted to let this arrogant guy know whose fist was harder, and who was a high-level living being. Black moon illumination. The mysterious expert roared, and directly fused with the huge black moon, and then soared into the sky, attacking Gu Fei in the sky. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei directly used the hand to cover the sky, and extremely powerful chaotic primordial power exploded from his hand. A huge hand appeared high in the sky, and then pressed down on the black moon that soared into the sky. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Anyone who witnessed this scene would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Chapter 3650. In the sky above the southern wasteland mountain range of the South Continent, a shocking scene appeared. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. High up in the sky, a huge hand covered the entire sky, emitting terrifying waves of power that grabbed towards a rising black moon. That black moon was even bigger than a mountain. When it rose, it seemed to be supporting a part of the world. The entire world was shaking and being destroyed. The extremely powerful chaotic power of moon burst out from the black moon, sealing everything in ice. However, it could not freeze the huge hand that was surrounded by chaotic primordial chi. Rumble. Gu Fei's primal chaos giant palm smashed against the rising black moon. A pinnacle quasi-supreme being's strength burst forth as the two forces clashed. The rising black moon stopped and was pressed down by the chaotic primordial hand. It trembled continuously, and the chaotic power of moon constantly burst out from the black moon, each wave stronger than the previous one. The lunar black moon wanted to break through the imprisonment of the chaotic primordial hand, but it was all in vain. Break. Gu Fei's voice came down from the sky. In the next moment, the chaotic primordial hand closed, and the lunar black moon under its 5 fingers shook violently. Countless black Tao patterns rushed out from the black moon, releasing the extremely powerful power of moon to resist the huge hand. However, Gu Fei's chaotic primordial hand was still closing, and it was unstoppable. The black moon that was grabbed by the huge hand began to crack. Damn it! A violent wave of divine will spread out from the black moon. In the next moment, a destructive power burst out from the black moon, shocking people's souls. Boom! With a loud bang, the lunar black moon that the mysterious expert had transformed into exploded. The mysterious expert from the ancestral realm had actually used such a method to destroy everything indiscriminately. The chaotic power of moon suddenly burst out. Even though it was sealed by Gu Fei's chaotic primordial hand, the power still broke through the imprisonment and swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the mountains below instantly turned into dust and dissipated in the void. The earth was sinking, and in an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was directly destroyed. This was not the end. The remaining power continued to spread further. The earth continued to collapse, and dust rose high into the sky. This was a scene of complete destruction, and it was horrifying. Even many warriors and generals who had retreated far away were affected, and their bodies and souls were annihilated. They were completely obliterated, and not even a drop of blood was left behind. Retract. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand flew up, and a powerful devouring power surged out from the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic lunar energy that erupted immediately gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron. Under the impact of the chaotic power of moon, the chaotic primordial hand that Gu Fei had struck out became faint and illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The person who was the most shocked was Nanbadian. He was fighting with Tsang-Ke, and his mind was in a mess. He immediately revealed an opening, and with a flash of sword light, one of Nan Baishan's arms fell off. Roar! Nan Batian roared angrily and directly attacked Tsang-Ke with his palm. The extremely powerful palm force exploded in an instant, and the void instantly shattered. His left arm was cut off by Tsang-Ke's sword, and he could not help but be shocked and angry. He sent out a ruthless palm strike, and the power that erupted was surprisingly strong. Tsang-Ke was forced back by Nan Baishan's palm strike. At this moment, Nan Baishan's left arm that was cut off by Tsang-Ke actually disappeared in the void, and turned into a powerful essence that rushed towards Nan Batian. The moment the essence chi rushed into Nan Baishan's body, a new left arm grew out of Nan Baishan's body. It was as if he had never been injured in the first place. At this moment, the advantage of the undying tyrant body was displayed by Nan Batian. With the undying tyrant body, even if he was cut by Tsang-Ke's supreme sword of the Great Path, he could still recover and directly ignore the Great Path injuries caused by the supreme sword of the Great Path. Kill! Nan Batian roared angrily and once again rushed towards Tsang-Quebec. At this moment, all the celestial race soldiers who had stopped fighting were awakened by Nan Baishan's roar, and they started fighting again. Nan Batian and Tsang-Ke's cultivation and combat strength were almost on par, and it was definitely not an easy task to determine the winner. At this moment, the first ancestor of the land spirit and the second ancestor of the South Continent were fighting as they walked out of the southern wasteland mountains. Boom! A towering divine mountain suddenly collapsed, and countless rocks fell towards a huge city outside the mountain. The huge city was filled with countless living beings who were extremely frightened. What happened? Is the beast Venerable from the depths of the southern wasteland mountains coming out? On the top of the city wall of the southern wasteland city, a white-haired old man said in a trembling voice as he looked at the overwhelming rocks falling towards him, "I heard that the army of the central continent has appeared in the southern wasteland mountains." On the other side of the city wall, a middle-aged divine general looked at the rocks falling towards him with a solemn expression, and his voice was very heavy. At this moment, two figures directly rushed out from the scattered rocks, and wherever they passed, countless rocks were directly shattered by the mighty divine power. Bang! The first rock that was falling towards the southern wasteland city exploded in the sky above the city, and then the second one, the third one, and finally, a large area was densely packed with rocks. To the countless living beings in the city, this was definitely like the end of the world, and they were all scared silly. The flying rocks covered the entire sky above the southern wasteland city, and at this moment, a faint layer of divine light appeared in the sky above the southern wasteland city. It turned out that the divine general guarding the city had already activated the city defense formation, and all the rocks that were falling towards the city had been blocked. However, at this moment, everyone in the southern wasteland city was in a state of panic. Loud sounds of impact were constantly coming from the top of their heads, and the entire world suddenly became dark. Immediately, more than a dozen divine lights appeared in the city and illuminated the entire southern wasteland city. At this moment, even the streets and alleys of the southern wasteland city were filled with fleeing living beings, and most of them were living beings who had escaped from the southern wasteland mountains. The southern wasteland city was the territory of the tyrant clan of the South Continent, and that Nan Batian was also from the tyrant clan of the South Continent. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and two figures directly collided with the divine light of the southern wasteland city, and the entire southern wasteland city actually shook. Countless rocks and powders that originally covered the sky above the southern wasteland city were directly shaken off, and the originally dim southern wasteland city became bright again. That is. Chapter 36:51. The second war ancestor of the South Continent was pierced by a spear and nailed to the void. Countless creatures in the South Wasteland City were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. War ancestor. Above the southern Wasteland City, the middle-aged divine general was shocked to see the second war ancestor of the South Continent nailed to the void by the spear. He didn't dare to open the great formation of the South Wasteland City and let the second war ancestor in. One should know that even the second war ancestor of the South Continent wasn't a match for this person, let alone the cultivators in the South Wasteland City. If this person was allowed to enter the South Wasteland City, many people would die. At this moment, the man shook the battle spear in his hand, and the Second War ancestor of the South Continent, who was nailed in the void by the battle spear, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone in the South Wasteland City was petrified and dumbfounded. The supreme being in the hearts of countless living beings in the South Continent, who was like an invincible god, had actually been blasted into a cloud of blood mist before their eyes, and his body had been crushed into pieces. However, the land spirit first ancestor who turned the Second War ancestor into a mist of blood was not happy because the Second War ancestor of the South Continent was not dead yet. The blood mist suddenly condensed together, and a domineering silhouette once again appeared in the sky. Want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The Second War ancestor of the South Continent stared at the land spirit first ancestor and said coldly. 9 rays of immortal divine light circled around him, and every ray of divine light emitted the strongest divine power. At this moment, the land spirit first ancestor and the land spirit first ancestor of the land spirit first ancestor couldn't use the power of the extreme path. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy for the land spirit first ancestor to kill the Second War ancestor of the land spirit first ancestor. Haha, is that so? Then let's try. The land spirit first ancestor laughed and continued to attack. The spear in his hand pierced through the void and arrived in front of the Second War ancestor of the South Continent. Clang! A divine shield suddenly appeared in front of the South Continent's Second War ancestor. The first Earth Spirit ancestor's spear directly pierced the divine shield. Swoosh! In the next moment, a beam of divine light shot out from behind the divine shield. Amidst the divine light, a battle spear could be vaguely seen. It was a battle spear that emanated chaos divine flames. The Second War ancestor of the South Continent finally got serious. The divine shield and battle spear, such a combination divine weapon, could be said to be both offensive and defensive. However, in the next moment, the second battle ancestor of the South Continent was dumbfounded. He saw that his battle spear had pierced through his opponent's body as if he had stabbed air. What? South Continent's second battle ancestor was shocked, and he quickly retreated. But at this time, the first Earth Spirit progenitor's spear had already stabbed out again. A bloody light appeared, and his arm that was holding the spear was immediately pierced, and his entire arm exploded. The first Earth Spirit ancestor grabbed the air with his left hand, and the spear flew into his hand. Chaos Godly Flame Spear? With the spear in hand, the first elder of the Earth Spirit was delighted. The quality of the spear was quite good. At the very least, it was a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Without hesitation, the first elder of the Earth Spirit charged towards the second battle ancestor of the South Continent with the 2 spears in his hands. There was no suspense. The first elder of the Earth Spirit had an almost immortal body. Even if he were to fight against Nan Batian, he would be able to fight endlessly. The second battle ancestor of the South Continent was completely suppressed by the first elder of the Earth Spirit. He almost had no power to fight back. However, even though the first elder of the Earth Spirit had the upper hand, it was still very difficult for him to kill the second battle ancestor of the South Continent. He could only continue to weaken the second battle ancestor of the South Continent. At this time, all the cultivators in the South Barren City were watching the battle in the sky nervously. The second battle ancestor of the South Continent was actually going to be defeated. How was this possible? Countless cultivators in the South Barren City could not accept this reality. At this time, in the southern wasteland mountain range, the heaven-shaking battle between gods was still going on. This day would definitely be recorded in the history of cultivation in the southern continent. One should know that this was the largest battle between gods in the history of the southern continent. Even during the Great War of Gods and Devils in the past, the South Continent did not have a divine battle involving millions of experts of the God realm and above. After this battle, countless experts of the God realm and above would die and disappear from the world. In the depths of the mountain range, battle cries shook the sky. The smell of blood permeated the air. The entire sky and earth were dyed red by the blood of the God realm. Corpses were piled up like mountains on the ground. Even some old antiques who had lived for countless years couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. With so many God Realm warriors dying here, the South Barren mountain range would probably become a land of death. Sigh. At this time, an old man sighed in the sky. This man was the East Pole ancestor of the East Continent. The East Pole ancestor was famous for being a good person in the ancestral God realm. Of course, he couldn't bear to see this. His heart was bleeding when he saw so many God realm warriors dying. Why are they killing each other? This will weaken the overall strength of the ancestral God realm. How are we going to face the great calamity in the future? The East Pole ancestor sighed and shook his head helplessly. Although he ran around everywhere, there weren't many people who were willing to listen to him. Even Gu Fei had to avoid this good person and take a detour when he saw him. Divided for too long, united for too long, divided for too long. It's time for the ancestral God realm to have a realm lord. A super old antique of the ancestral God realm said such words. A realm lord was the master of a realm. Only by unifying all 5 divine domains of the ancestral God realm could one become the realm lord of the ancestral God realm. However, unifying all 5 divine domains was definitely not an easy task. Since ancient times, there hadn't been a true realm lord in the ancestral God realm. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the mysterious man had reached the final juncture. The mysterious man from the primogenitor's realm was beaten up by Gu Fei. His face was swollen and his head was bleeding. His dignity and self-respect were naturally gone. Haha, you can't kill me. The mysterious man laughed crazily. He was only injured but not killed. This gave Gu Fei a headache. Even if he used a secret technique like the primordial spirit sword, this guy wouldn't die. This guy from the ancestral God realm cultivated a secret technique of death substitution. Gu Fei was very interested in this secret technique. One had to know that when he used the primordial spirit sword, this guy would create a substitute to die in his place. Of course, the death of the substitute would have a certain impact on the mysterious man's body. The mysterious man's aura was gradually weakening. Chapter 3652. The secret technique that the mysterious cultivator from the primogenitor realm displayed was indeed heaven-defying. With the smallest price, he could avoid a life and death crisis. Even Gu Fei was a little jealous of such a secret technique. One should know that since the ancient times, even the supreme masters of the primogenitor realm had fallen. Having a secret technique to protect oneself was naturally the dream of every cultivator. Haha, you can't kill me. The mysterious man laughed and said arrogantly, You really can't kill me? Gu Fei coldly stared at the mysterious man in front of him. This person looked very similar to someone he knew, almost like they were made from the same mold. The only difference was that this person was a man, and the person he knew was a woman. Buzz. A purple light emerged from between Gu Fei's brows. The aura of the great Tao was vast, and the primordial chaos chi was coiling around. A blurry silhouette appeared in the purple light. He was going to use his ultimate move. The mysterious cultivator instinctively felt danger, but he cultivated the death substitution secret technique. He didn't need to worry that he would be killed by this person. This secret technique was even more heaven-defying than the golden cicada secret technique. Swoosh. Just then, the silhouette dashed out from between Gu Fei's brows. It turned into a purple light and flashed across the void. The purple light was too fast. It was so fast that the mysterious cultivator didn't even have time to react. The purple light rushed into his forehead. In the next second, the mysterious cultivator's expression stiffened. His eyes became dull, as if he had become a soulless shell. What? At this time, Gu Fei's expression turned strange. He was using one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path, the godly seizure secret technique, to read this person's memory. He never would have thought that the primogenitor realm's cultivator was from the Lin clan. Not only did the Lin clan control the southern continent of the primogenitor realm, but their clansmen also controlled the cultivation world of the human realm. Shangqing sect, one of the 3 great sects in the human realm, had the shadow of the Lin clan behind them. No wonder this fellow looked so much like Lin Shuer. It turned out that there really was a bloodline connection between them, because this fellow was an ancestor-level existence of the Lin family in the primogenitor realm. The primogenitor realm's Lin family was similar to the primogenitor realm's Wood race. They were both giants of the primogenitor realm's cultivation world. Death Substitution Secret Art. Soon, Gu Fei arrived at the Lin family's residence. For Thousand, the ancestor found the cultivation method of the death substitution secret technique in the ancestor's soul, so he directly sealed the ancestor's cultivation before withdrawing the light of divine plunder and tossing him to the side. The moment Gu Fei retracted the god-seizing light, the ancestor of the Lin family regained his freedom. At this moment, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. I didn't expect your hands to stretch so far. Gu Fei coldly looked at the ancestor of the Lin family. Deep down, he was shocked. It wasn't hard for the primogenitor realm to rule over the universe. This was because Gu Fei had learned of a great secret from the memories of the ancestor of the Lin family in the primogenitor realm. There was an incredible item in the primogenitor realm. It was because of this item that the various races in the primogenitor realm could travel to other worlds. The ancestor of the Lin family wasn't lying. The primogenitor realm truly was above the universe. The powerful clans in the primogenitor realm all ruled over many perfect worlds. I didn't think it would be like this. Though Gu Fei appeared calm, he was extremely shocked inside. He didn't need to think to know that the powerful clans in the primogenitor realm treated the worlds they ruled as their hunting grounds. Once a powerful being was born in those worlds, the people in the primogenitor realm would kill it. The mortal world and heaven world were also the targets that the experts in the primogenitor realm fought over. At this moment, Gu Fei had already guessed why the extreme sovereign in the mortal world disappeared. Perhaps it was the doing of the people in the primogenitor realm. I won't kill you. Scram. Gu Fei looked at the ancestor of the Lin family from the primogenitor realm and said indifferently, You. The ancestor of the Lin family was shocked and furious. He wanted to flare up. One must know that he was a high and mighty existence. He had always looked down on the lowly beings in this lowly world. Even the overlord of the southern continent, Nanbatian, was his subordinate. However, when he thought about what happened just now, his forehead was covered in sweat. He didn't expect this lowly being to be so terrifying. The ancestor of the Lin family knew very well that if this person wanted to kill him just now, he would die even if he cultivated the death substitution secret technique. Because Gu Fei had completely controlled him just now, his life or death was in Gu Fei's hands. It was terrifying just thinking about it. The ancestor of the Lin family had never been threatened like this before. Damn it, he almost died. The feeling of having his life controlled by someone else was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life for the patriarch of the Lin family. Before I change my mind, you'd better get out of here. Gu Fei looked coldly at the ancestor of the Lin family in the primogenitor realm. The patriarch of the Lin family in the primogenitor realm was both shocked and furious. In the next moment, he crushed a jade talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light erupted from his hand and enveloped him. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, the ancestor of the Lin family from the primogenitor's realm disappeared into the void. He was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he went, but Gu Fei knew that the ancestor of the Lin family had left the primogenitor realm and returned to the primogenitor realm. These guys, Gu Fei fell into deep thought. These guys from the primogenitor realm could travel to the various worlds at will. It seemed like that item was really incredible. He actually ran. At this moment, Nanbatian was in a tragic situation. Haha, I think you better surrender. Song Ke, who was fighting with Nanbatian, became spirited and laughed. Surrender your A**s. Nanbatian roared. In the next moment, the strongest power of the divine way burst out from his body and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The entire void was collapsing. Do you really think I can't kill you? Song Ke stared at the furious Nanbatian. In the next moment, an immortal sword light rushed out from his body, broke through the layers of destructive power, and slashed at Nanbatian. This is Chapter 3653. Gu Fei scared away the Lin family patriarch from the primogenitor realm and successfully obtained the death substitution secret technique from the primogenitor realm patriarch. I see. Soon, Gu Fei grasped the essence of the death substitution secret skill. At his level of cultivation, he could learn all kinds of secret skills very quickly as long as he knew the cultivation method. At this time, the battle between Nan Batian and Song Ke had reached a critical moment. The outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Nan Batian went all out. Terrifying God Dao power swept out in all directions like a shocking wave. Wherever it passed, the void was instantly annihilated. Kill. Song Ke didn't hesitate as he slashed his sword toward Nan Batian. In the next moment, a beam of destructive sword light shot out from his hand. It tore through the sweeping power of the divine way and descended upon Nan Batian's head. The sword light emitted a frightening, devouring aura, which made Nan Batian's expression change. Nan Batian immediately disappeared into the void. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already more than 10 miles away. His speed was extremely fast. Sky-devouring sword. Nan Batian looked at the inconspicuous long sword in Song Ke's hand, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Hee, you will soon become nourishment for this sword. As Song Ke said that, the heaven-devouring sword in his hand once again erupted with an even more powerful wave of sword principle power. An extremely powerful sword light rushed out from his hand. Buzz. The sky-devouring sword was humming. This time, Gu Fei handed the sky-devouring sword to Song Quebec. Therefore, Song Ke, who had the sky-devouring sword, had the ability to kill Nan Batian. Swoosh. Nan Batian soared into the sky and dodged Song Ke's attack. Royal Annihilation Fist. Nan Batian let out a furious roar and threw a punch at Song Quebec. An extremely violent power of the divine Tao instantly erupted from his fist. Courting death. Song Ke wielded the sky-devouring sword in his hand and slashed at Nan Batian's fist. Wherever the sword light passed, Nan Batian's fist was instantly split into two by the sword light of annihilation. Nan Batian let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated in panic. However, Song Ke did not give Nan Batian any chance to escape. In a flash, a sword light flashed. Nan Batian only felt a chill between his chest and abdomen, and then he saw his lower body falling from the sky, which made him inexplicably shocked. Die! Song Ke let out a furious roar, and the ominous heaven-devouring sword in his hand pierced Nan Batian's head, devouring the essence in his body crazily. This heaven-devouring ominous sword was known to be able to devour anything. In just a few breaths of time, Nan Batian was begging for mercy. He had no choice but to beg. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Song Ke stared at Nan Batian and said in disdain. Even in the face of the threat of death, Nan Batian had no choice but to submit. This was because Nan Batian did not want to die. Since he did not want to die, he naturally had to submit. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure walked over from afar. He pointed a finger at Nan Batian, and streaks of Tao patterns entered his body. Nan Batian's expression was very ugly. From now on, he had lost his freedom. However, it was better to live than to die. There was only hope as long as he was alive. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. With the departure of the Lin clan's patriarch from the primogenitor's domain and Nan Batian's submission, this war was about to end. With Nan Batian's command, the divine race army of the South Continent stopped their campaign. Soon, the war of the divine race in the southern wasteland mountain range ended. At this moment, in the sky above the southern wasteland city, outside the southern wasteland mountain range, there were still two experts fighting endlessly. These two people were the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit and the second war ancestor of the South Continent. At this moment, the first progenitor of the Earth Spirit used the chaotic divine wheel. He directly fused with the chaotic divine wheel and directly obliterated the second war ancestor of the South Continent. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled, and it was incomparably terrifying. Without any suspense, the second war ancestor of the South Continent was blasted away again. This time, the divine shield in his hand was full of cracks. You. The Second War ancestor of the South Continent was inexplicably shocked. This fellow's combat power had increased a lot again. Could it be that this fellow's combat power could increase endlessly? Lord War Ancestor, how is this possible? Seeing this, the countless cultivators in southern Wasteland City were dumbfounded. Even Lord Battle Ancestor couldn't defeat this man. How is this possible? All the cultivators in the city were in disbelief. The entire southern Wasteland City was protected by the city defense formation, but even so, countless cultivators in the city were still terrified. No one knew if the city defense formation could stop the guy outside. At this time, the news of a truce had yet to arrive. The first ancestor of the land spirit and the second ancestor of the South Continent were still fighting. Very quickly, the armies of the Central Continent and the Eastern Continent rushed out of the southern wasteland mountain range. Then, they rushed in all directions. They were going to take over the territories. After the battle with the Protoss army of the South Continent, there were still countless Protoss armies in the Central and East Continents. However, if they wanted to take over this huge territory, they had to pay a price. Then, the Second War ancestor of the South Continent was almost killed by the land spirit. For 1,000 the first progenitor had been killed. If not for the timely news of his surrender, the Second War progenitor of the South Continent would have suffered a tragedy. Under the leadership of the various generals, the Protoss armies of the Central and East Continents swept through the entire South Continent. Wherever they passed, anyone who resisted would be mercilessly suppressed. In the cultivation world of the South Continent, there were still many unyielding experts. When Tsongkh's Protoss army arrived, these people chose to perish together with them to fight against Tsongkh's Protoss army. Xintian City, a small city in the eastern continent of the South Continent. At this time, angry roars came from outside the city. The second ancestor of the land spirit had led 30,000 soldiers to this place. However, to his surprise, the city lord of Xintian City had actually closed the city gates and activated the city defense formation to fight against the army of the second ancestor of the land spirit. I can't help but admire your courage. The second ancestor of the land spirit couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. He couldn't sense any special and powerful aura at all. Without any suspense, the second ancestor waved his hand, and the 30,000 Protoss army roared and attacked the city. Attack! The second ancestor of the land spirit roared. Rays of divine light shot into the sky from the battle formation, raining down on Xintian City. Chapter 3654. Gu Fei had defeated the patriarch of the Lin family in the ancestral realm and obtained the death substitution secret skill. This gave him one more life-saving secret skill, and he was in a good mood. He had to study this secret skill carefully. After all, this secret skill could save his life at a critical moment. Therefore, he directly entered his inner world. This time, he did not even bring Shimanijian with him. He wanted Shimanijian to temper himself outside. It was impossible to become a true expert by blindly cultivating. Only by experiencing the baptism of blood could Shimanijian truly grow. At this time, Shimanijian led 10,000 soldiers from the Shiman family to Blackfire City at the back of the South Continent. This Blackfire City was the ancestral land of the Blackfire clan in the South Continent. The tyrants of the South Batian had surrendered, but the Blackfire clan was a powerful clan that was entrenched in the northern mountains of the South Continent. Although the South Batian of the tyrants was known as the overlord of the South Continent, they also had enemies and threats from all sides. The Blackfire clan was one of the threats of the tyrants. At this time, the army led by Shimanijian arrived at the city. Blackfire City was silent, and not a single person could be seen. It seemed to be a dead city. What's going on? Shimanijian stood on the chariot and looked at Blackfire City. He actually could not sense any aura. Did everyone in Blackfire City escape? This seemed impossible. After all, this was the ancestral land of the Blackfire clan. On the altar in the center of Blackfire City, a ball of black fire was still beating and had not been extinguished. The black fire on the altar was not an ordinary black fire. It was the Black Een flame, which was regarded as a sacred fire by the Blackfire clan. A wisp of this black flame could kill a holy venerate. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to be burned by the extreme in black flames, their body and soul would be burned to ashes, and they would die. It was precisely because of the existence of the Black Een Flame in Black Fire City that the Black Fire Clan was not afraid of the tyrants. They dared to fight against the tyrants of the South Continent, and the tyrants of the South Continent could not do anything to the Black Fire Clan. Now that the ancestral god realm South Continent had a new master, Song Ke naturally didn't want any resistance to exist in the South Continent. The Black Fire Clan only had two paths to take. One was to be exterminated, and the other was to surrender. Could it be an empty fort stratagem? Shimonijian did not dare to act rashly when he saw this. The Black Fire Clan was not a weak clan. Even the tyrants had not been able to conquer them. Although the Shiman clan was a large clan in the Central Continent, it was not necessarily stronger than the South Continent's tyrant clan. This time, Shimonijian had only brought 10,000 celestial race soldiers. These 10,000 celestial race soldiers were the elites of the Shiman clan. Currently, the Shiman clan had placed all their hopes on Shimonijian. After all, Shimonijian was Gu Fei's newly accepted disciple. Now, everyone knew that Song Ke wouldn't be able to accomplish anything without Gu Fei's support. Therefore, even if Song Ke became the ancestral god realm's realm master, Gu Fei would definitely become the grand realm master. If the Shiman clan didn't take advantage of this extremely rare opportunity to rise, then that clan master of the Shiman clan would truly be extremely stupid. Just as Shimonijian was hesitating, a figure directly appeared beside him. It was a middle-aged man who carried a large iron sword on his back. This middle-aged man looked very ordinary with dark skin. He was the kind of person who would be directly ignored if he stood in a crowd. Third uncle, what do we do now? Shimonijian was instantly overjoyed when he saw that person. Long-range attack. Shimonijian's third uncle stared at the Black Fire City in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Haha, not bad. Thank you for your reminder, third uncle." Shimonijian laughed heartily. After all, he still lacked the experience of leading troops into battle. Faced with the current situation, he was somewhat at a loss. Set up the formation, Shimonijian immediately ordered. The next moment, with him as the center, 10,000 celestial race soldiers immediately spread out. Lines of formation patterns appeared on each soldier's body. The 10,000 celestial race soldiers formed a killing formation. To be precise, it was a sword formation. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately frantically gathered towards the sword formation. Endless sword Tao energy continuously gathered towards Shimonijian. Shimonijian only felt his entire body instantly brimming with power. A huge sword shadow appeared from his body, emitting a killing aura that caused the world to lose its color. With Shimonijian's current cultivation, he could only use the third sword of the 9 heaven punishing swords. But with the support of the sword formation, he could use the fourth sword of the 9 heaven punishing swords. Just as Shimonijian was gathering his power, in the eastern part of the South Continent, in Xintian City, the second Earth Spirit Ancestor had already made his move. A huge battle immediately erupted. Boom! The second Earth Spirit Ancestor directly guided the power of the battle formation to attack Xintian City's protective formation. The combined attack of 30,000 celestial race soldiers directly blasted a huge hole in the protective divine light of Xintian City. Kill! The second Earth Spirit Ancestor waved his hand and directly led 30,000 celestial race soldiers into Xintian City. Xintian City is finished. The South Continent cultivators who saw this on a distant mountain were indescribably shocked. Without any suspense, the second Earth Spirit Ancestor led his celestial race army like a hot knife through butter. They directly crushed the resistance within Xintian City and killed the city lord. In less than an hour, the second Earth Spirit Ancestor had completely taken down Xintian City. After leaving 1,000 celestial race soldiers to defend the city, he directly attacked another city. On this day, the entire South Continent was in flames. Countless cultivation clans and sects were swept away by the Central Continent and East Continent's joint army. They were completely erased from the South Continent's cultivation world. At this time, in the northern part of the South Continent where Black Flame City was located, a chilling sword chi erupted and enveloped the entire world. Countless life forms trembled as if a divine sword was pressed against their throats. A sword shadow even larger than a mountain appeared in the sky above Black Flame City. At this moment, with the huge sword as the center, all the cultivators of the Sword Tao within a 100,000-mile radius felt it. Their natal swords all began to tremble. All the cultivators of the Sword Tao were indescribably shocked. Had an emperor of the Sword Tao descended to the north? 10,000 swords trembled. This wasn't a phenomenon that an ordinary cultivator of the Sword Tao could cause. This was definitely an ability that only an emperor of the Sword Tao could have. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the 10,000 swords greeting, it was enough to make ordinary sword cultivators' hearts palpitate. What Sword Tao does my nephew cultivate? Chapter 36:55. The Shiman clan's sword formation had its own uniqueness. The power of 10,000 sword warriors frantically converged towards Shiman Ijian, and a towering sword shadow appeared between the heavens and earth. The terrifying sword Tao rippled in all directions, and the sword energy in the bodies of all the sword warriors within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled. Their natal swords seemed like they were about to fly out of their bodies. Myriad swords greeting. Some people were extremely shocked. Impossible. Could that person from the central continent have come to the south continent? Some people found it hard to believe. It should be known that there were thousands of people who cultivated the Sword Tao in the ancestral god realm, but there were very few who could cultivate the myriad swords greeting. The sword slave's Sword Tao cultivation had naturally reached the myriad swords greeting level, and Gu Fei's Sword Tao cultivation had not reached the myriad swords greeting level. Endless sword light circled around the towering sword shadow, and the powerful Sword Tao impact caused the surrounding void to tremble, and the void rippled like water. Kill! Shiman Ijian stood on the chariot, and with a furious roar, he directly slashed at Black Fire City in front of him. The huge sword shadow above the sword formation directly fell from the sky, and the entire world seemed to be split in half by this sword. It was extremely terrifying. What? The experts in the northern region were indescribably shocked when they saw this scene from the distant mountains or high up in the sky. The huge sword shadow that fell from the sky directly landed on the sky above Black Fire City, and in the next moment, a layer of black divine light appeared in the sky above Black Fire City. It was a layer of extreme black flame, and it enveloped the entire Black Fire City. Black Fire City's city barrier formation had already been activated. Rumble. The entire Black Fire City shook, and the Sword Tao energy that spread from the sword shadow destroyed the surrounding void, as if doomsday had arrived. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the divine radiance transformed from the power of the great formation protecting Black Fire City blocked Shiman Ijian's attack. What? Within the sword formation, Shiman Ijian, who was on the chariot, was surrounded by ancient sword chi. He attacked with all his strength, and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Shiman Ijian was having a hard time, and the Sword Tao energy from the 10,000 celestial race soldiers continuously gathered towards him, and his strength was still increasing. However, the power of Black Fire City's Great City Defense Formation was also extremely powerful. It could actually block the fourth sword of the 9 heaven-punishing swords. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from the huge sword shadow, and the sword chi spread out in all directions. For thousand come, destroy everything. The might of the 9 sky-condemning swords was naturally extremely powerful. After all, this was an extreme Sword Tao created by the Sword Slave. Moreover, it was a Sword Tao that focused on killing. The might of the fourth sword of the 9 heaven-punishing swords that Shiman Ijian had displayed was enough to kill a quasi-supreme being. However, the protective array of the Black Flame City was able to block this sword. Due to the existence of the power of heavenly punishment, no one dared to use extreme power. As a result, it would not be easy to break through the Great City Barrier formation of Black Fire City. However, at this moment, Black Flame City was still extremely quiet. Not even a shadow could be seen. Roar! Shiman Ijian let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and an even more powerful force of the way of the sword erupted from his body. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky and fused with the huge sword image in the sky. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. The gigantic sword silhouette that was blocked by the great city barrier formation of Black Fire City seemed to have transformed into a peerless heavenly sword in an instant. It was indestructible, and it actually broke a hole in the divine light formed by the great city barrier formation. However, this was already the greatest battle power that Shimenegian could display. Very quickly, that huge sword light above Black Flame City dissipated. A figure descended from the sky and directly fell into the sword formation. Shimenegian landed on the war chariot. He staggered and almost fell off the chariot. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his expression became weary. "Nephew, you." Shimenegian's third uncle couldn't help being startled. "I'm fine. Looks like we won't be able to break through this city. Let's retreat." Shimenegian waved his hand and stared at Black Flame City in front of him. He felt a bit helpless. He didn't think that his first time leading troops would end in failure. Shimenegian thought to himself, "Looks like I'm not a talented general. Everyone had their own specialties." Shimenegian's thoughts were all on the sword Dao. Commanding troops and setting up formations wasn't his strong point. This was something that he couldn't do anything about. Of course, as long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter even if he wasn't a talented general. It had to be known that a true expert of the sword Dao could sweep through the world with a single sword in hand. As long as he was strong enough, even if he had to face countless armies of the divine race, he would be able to easily exterminate them. Yes, that's the only way. His third uncle nodded. Shimenegian had come out to gain experience. Since he couldn't take down Black Flame City, then he would retreat. There was nothing to make a fuss about. However, just as Shimenegian was about to lead the army away, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. Very quickly, the entire world began to shake. What? Shimenegian abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. He saw a black object falling from the sky and directly smashing towards him. That's... Everyone was indescribably shocked, especially Shimenegian. That was because those black objects falling from the sky were actually balls of black flames. "Blacking flame," his third uncle exclaimed. Those balls of flames were like black divine suns falling from the sky. The power of Een spread in all directions, and the aura of destruction filled every inch of the void. The Black Fire Clan has made their move. All the northern experts who saw this scene from afar were inexplicably shocked. The Black Fire Clan didn't escape, but hid at the side and then made a big move. This was the case with the Black Fire Clan. Even the overlord of the South Continent, the Tyrant Clan, had suffered losses at the hands of the Black Fire Clan. Several influential figures of the Tyrant Clan had even fallen in the Black Fire Mountain Range. "Defend!" Shimenegian saw this and quickly roared. Swoosh! In the next moment, the swords on the backs of the tens of thousands of swordsmanship soldiers all turned into sword lights and flew out. Then, they formed a ball of sword light above the sword formation, enveloping the entire sword formation. That was a sword shield formed by countless interweaving swords. Boom! The first fireball formed by the black Een flame instantly smashed on the sword shield, and the sword shield immediately shook violently. What? This caused Shimenegian to be inexplicably shocked. Even the expression of his third uncle beside him was incomparably grave. The Black Fire Clan was really cunning to actually use such a move. Boom! 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 Loud explosions sounded continuously, and countless black flame fireballs fell from the sky, directly smashing on the sword shield of Shimenegian's sword formation. A terrifying power of destruction erupted, and the sword shield that enveloped the sword formation began to dim. The swords were being corroded by the blacking flame, and it seemed like they would fall from the void at any time. This? Chapter 3656. How dare they trick me? Shimenegian stood on the chariot and looked up at the black flame fireballs falling from the sky with a solemn expression. It seemed like the Black Fire Clan had long prepared for this. They had opened their pocket and were waiting for him to jump in. The Black Fire Clan was truly ruthless. Rumble. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The place where the Shimen clan's sword formation was located seemed to have turned into a horrifying hell. Black flames were wreaking havoc everywhere. These flames weren't scorching hot. but they contained a bone-chilling coldness. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified. The power of the extreme black flame was truly terrifying. A wisp of it could burn the body and soul of a saint venerate. Even if a quasi-supreme was burned by this black flame, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Kill. Shimenegian was dumbfounded. The Black Fire Clan was too despicable. They actually dared to plot against him. If he didn't destroy the Black Fire Clan, his surname wouldn't be Shimen. At this moment, the sword light emitted by the sword formation was constantly being corroded by the black flame fireballs falling from the sky and gradually dimmed. Kill. 10,000 sword warriors roared at the same time. The sword formation that was formed by 10,000 people suddenly emitted a shocking sword light. These 10,000 sword warriors rushed forward like a flood. The supreme sword Dao power broke through the layers of extreme black flame and rushed out 100 miles in an instant. However, at this moment, Shimenegian was shocked to find that the surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see the sky or the bottom. The void on his left and right were all pitch black. However, the black flame fireballs continued to rain down from the sky. It was as if there was no end to them. This was not a good thing for Shimenegian and the others. Trapped in the black fire-killing formation of the Black Fire Clan. These people are dead for sure. The northern experts of the South Continent, who saw this scene from afar, were shocked. This move of the Black Fire Clan had killed many experts. Even the overlord of the South Continent, the Tyrant Clan, had suffered greatly in the hands of the Black Fire Clan. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang as the 10,000 sword principal warriors turned into a gigantic sword light and collided with an invisible force field. The entire sword formation almost collapsed. What? When Shimenegian saw this, he was greatly startled. He was trapped in a formation. It would not be easy for him to get out of it. The Black Fire Clan is indeed not simple. At this time, Shimenegian's third uncle suddenly said. He frowned. This kind of situation was something he had never imagined. Change the formation. I don't believe I can't kill my way out. Shimenegian directly commanded. This sword formation had more than 10 transformations, and each of these transformations possessed great might. It was as if a peerless sword saint was attacking. Boundless sword chi rapidly converged, and a huge sword light appeared in the pitch-black void. The mighty sword chi waves directly blocked the black flame fireball descending from the sky. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the void. The figure grabbed the sword light that had condensed from the sword formation. Swish! The figure, which was even bigger than a mountain, directly slashed forward. The next moment, the entire void seemed to be split into two halves by this sword. However, the force field in front of them actually blocked this sword. The dazzling sword light constantly vibrated, and the surrounding void rippled like transparent water. Many black Dao patterns appeared in the void and interweaved into a mysterious formation diagram, releasing a terrifying wave of the power of Ein. This time, whether it was Shimenegian or his third uncle, they both had a headache. This level of formation pattern was definitely not something they could deal with. Haha. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded in this part of the formation space. It was arrogant, reckless, and without any scruples. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The powerful sound waves caused Shimenegian's ears to buzz. The 10,000 sword warriors under him were shaken by the sound waves. Their 7 apertures were bleeding, and the power of the sword formation was immediately reduced by half. Change the formation. Absolute defense. Shimenegian quickly changed the formation. The sword formation changed from an offensive one to a defensive one, and it was a completely defensive one. Rays of sword light rushed out from the sword warriors, and the sword formation quickly shrank. The rays of sword light interweaved in the void and formed a circular ball of light, enveloping everyone. This was a huge sword ball, formed by the swords of the sword warriors. Every sword had faintly discernible patterns on it. Countless black flame fireballs bombarded the huge sword ball from all directions. The whole black flame killing formation was also shrinking rapidly, and its power was multiplied. Layers of shadow black flame enveloped the huge sword ball, and the sword ball looked like it was being tempered crazily by a shadow furnace. However, This was the strongest defensive state of the sword formation. 10,000 rays of sword light interweaved, forming a spherical sword net with countless Tao patterns faintly discernible, blocking the mighty shadow black flame. Absolute defense. Watch me break your turtle shell. The voice from before sounded again, and then a mysterious figure appeared in front of the sword ball. Endless shadow black flames circled around his body. "Hey, dragon, come out." That figure waved his right hand, and the void shattered. A huge black figure immediately rushed out from the void. Roar! That black figure roared towards the sky, and the entire black flame void shook. In the next moment, the huge black figure actually emitted blue flames. A huge flame dragon that was even bigger than a mountain appeared in the pitch-black space, and a terrifying aura burst out from the huge dragon. Swish! That huge black flame dragon directly dove down towards the sword ball, and its two huge claws grabbed at the sword ball, like a real dragon snatching a pearl. Bang! The huge dragon claws directly grabbed the sword ball, and a muffled sound was heard. That huge black flame dragon wanted to tear the sword ball apart, but the absolute defense of the sword formation was no joke. Even the huge black flame dragon couldn't break the sword ball in a short period of time. Shimonijian and the others who were inside the sword ball didn't have a good time. That huge black flame dragon actually treated the sword ball as a toy, and this made them very depressed. What should we do? Should we ask Master for help? Inside the sword ball, inside the sword formation, Shimonijian's expression was extremely grave. They were fine for now, and they could still hold on. However, as time passed, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. This huge black flame dragon wasn't something that an ordinary quasi-supreme martial artist could contend against. The Black Fire clan actually had a huge black flame dragon protecting them, and this was something that Shimonijian and the others had never expected. Just as Shimonijian was trapped in the black flame killing array, a figure directly shattered the void and appeared in the distant sky. Chapter 36:57. Shimonijian and the 10,000 swordsmanship soldiers he brought were all trapped in the Black Fire killing formation of the Black Fire clan. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Shimonijian and the others. No one would have thought that the Black Fire clan had a black flame dragon. This black flame dragon was not ordinary. It was a creature born from the black flames of Een. This kind of innate life form was very powerful in itself, and its talent was really too high. Through its acquired cultivation, the black flame colossal dragon was even more powerful to the point where it could make ordinary quasi-supreme beings tremble. Roar! The black flame dragon roared in the dark space of the formation. The huge sound waves reverberated in the void of the formation. The dragon's sharp claws were holding a spherical golden object. From time to time, golden rays rushed out from the golden ball on the dragon's claws and slashed at the dragon's claws, making clanging sounds. Those were extremely sharp sword lights. However, the dragon's claws were extremely hard. The sword lights that slashed at the dragon's claws were directly shattered by the dragon's claws, turning into bits of golden light and dissipating in the void. The places on the dragon's claws that were slashed by the sword lights did not even break the skin. There was not even a trace of the slash. Roar! The black flame dragon grabbed the sword ball and flew around in the space of the Black Fire killing formation. The powerful black flames of Een erupted from the dragon's claws. This black flame was much more powerful than the black flame of the Black Fire killing formation. This black flame dragon could easily tear a quasi-supremes apart. It was the guardian beast of the Black Fire clan. The reason why the Black Fire clan had the confidence to compete with the South Continent's Tyrant clan was largely because of the existence of the Black Flame Dragon. What should we do? The Golden Sword Ball was formed by the gathering of 10,000 swordsmanship weapons. It formed an absolute protective state and displayed the strongest defensive power. Crush the Tao talisman that your master gave you, Third Uncle said helplessly. It was impossible for them to defeat the Black Flame Dragon, let alone break the Black Fire killing formation. Now, they could only ask for help. Shimonijian was a little hesitant. After all, this was his first time leading troops into battle. He was a little unhappy that he had to ask his master for help. However, from the looks of it, they could only seek help from the outside. Otherwise, They could only wait for death. Shiman Ejian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still crushed a jade talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a beam of divine light penetrated the sword sphere and rushed out, disappearing into the void. What is that? The mysterious figure in the black fire formation felt a trace of unease. The divine light that had rushed out from the opponent's sword formation seemed to be strange. However, the divine light disappeared as soon as it appeared. Even the mysterious man from the Black Fire clan could not tell what it was. It's an information transmission talisman. At this moment, a voice rang out in the mysterious man's mind. What? The mysterious expert from the Black Fire clan was shocked. That was an information transmission talisman. How was this possible? The information transmission talisman could penetrate the blockade of the Black Fire array and send messages out? The mysterious man was in disbelief, but he did not dare to question the Black Flame Dragon. After all, this was the Black Flame tribe's guardian beast. Hee. It just so happens that those people are here to save these fellows. We can capture them all in one fell swoop. The mysterious man suddenly said with a grim smile. Is that so? At this moment, a voice rang out in the void of the Black Fire array. When the mysterious man heard this voice, he was shocked. After all, there was only him and the Black Flame Dragon in the Black Fire array. Who is it? Come out now. The mysterious man roared angrily, and an extremely powerful wave of divine will spread out in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Black Fire killing array. However, to his disbelief, he could not sense anyone's existence. Bam! Just as the mysterious man was in shock, a fist suddenly appeared and directly punched the mysterious man's face. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the mysterious man's tall nose immediately collapsed. Even a few of his teeth flew out. The mysterious man screamed as he was sent flying, and his face was covered in blood. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard, and a black flame directly burned the figure of the mysterious man who was sent flying. The black flame enveloped the entire void. That was the Black Flame Dragon's attack. This dragon had directly spat out a dragon's breath. Is this a creature born from the Black Flame of Een? The figure glanced at the Black Flame Dragon, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he could subdue such a creature, it would be a great help to him. As he spoke, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and directly blocked the black flaming dragon breath that was sweeping towards him. Who the hell are you? The mysterious man from the Black Fire clan stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. At this moment, his nose, which had been smashed by Gu Fei's punch, had completely recovered, but the bloodstains on his face were real. Me? My name is Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not hide his name. What? You are Gu Fei? The mysterious man was shocked to hear this. Although the Black Fire clan was in the Black Fire mountain range in the north region of South State, they were still well informed. Behind Song Ke, there was a person called Gu Fei supporting him. It was precisely because of this person called Gu Fei that Song Ke was able to conquer Central State with irresistible force, and now he had conquered South State. To the higher-ups of the Black Fire clan, the name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar at all. Don't blame me for being ruthless since you're digging your own grave. The mysterious man from the Black Fire clan stared at Gu Fei and said coldly with a grin. Heske. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Kill. The mysterious man roared and waved his right hand. The divine power gathered by the Black Fire formation immediately gathered towards him. Swoosh! The tiny black flame turned into rays of saber radiance and sword shadows, slashing towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. However, the saber radiance and sword shadows formed by the power of the Black Fire slashed directly on the protective divine light outside of Gu Fei's body. The next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. All the saber radiance that slashed on Gu Fei's protective divine light were all shaken off. The next moment, the mysterious man felt a tightness around his neck. He was grabbed by the throat and lifted off the ground. What? The mysterious man was shocked. He did not expect this guy called Gu Fei to be so powerful. Swoosh. Chapter 3658. Gu Fei was originally comprehending the death substitution secret technique that he had obtained from the ancestor of the Lin family in the primogeniture realm. With his cultivation, he naturally comprehended this secret technique very quickly. Therefore, he went out for a walk to verify this secret technique. Therefore, Gu Fei came to the northern part of the South continent. It just so happened that his newly accepted disciple, Shimen was leading an army to attack the Black Fire clan, so he came over to take a look. Gu Fei did not expect to receive a message transmission talisman from Shimen as soon as he arrived near the Black Fire city. This surprised him. With Shimen current cultivation and the assistance of the 10,000 sword formation, even a quasi-supreme martial artist would not be able to do anything to him. However, now, Shimen had used the message transmission talisman. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use this message talisman that Gu Fei had given him. Gu Fei entered the Black Fire killing formation silently and grabbed the mysterious person hiding in the dark. At this moment, the Black Fire giant dragon pounced on Gu Fei from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei with a dragon claw. The dragon claw exuded the power of the Black Flame. The void around Gu Fei was instantly confined by the Black Fire giant dragon's dragon claw. Hey! Gu Fei smiled, then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. His small fist was negligible compared to the Black Fire giant dragon's dragon claw. However, it was this small human fist that blocked the dragon's huge dragon claw. Boom! With a loud bang, the two tyrannical forces instantly collided. The vast and mighty fluctuations shook the entire Black Fire killing formation, and countless black flames were dispersed. The Black Fire giant dragon, which was much larger than a mountain, was actually blown away by a small human. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would definitely drop. The mysterious Black Fire clan expert in Gu Fei's hand, was shocked when he saw this scene. It should be known that this Black Flame Dragon was the Black Fire clan's guardian beast. There was no doubt that the Black Flame Dragon was powerful, but now, even the Black Flame Dragon was sent flying by a single punch from Gu Fei. This Gu Fei really lived up to his reputation. At this time, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the huge sword sphere that was caught by the Black Flame Dragon immediately flew towards him. Countless sword lights danced, like a huge golden flower blooming, and countless figures appeared in the golden sword lights. Countless sword lights danced in the air, neat and uniform. Behind the beautiful scene, there was a peerless killing intent. Greetings, Master. In the middle of the sword formation, on the war chariot, Shimen directly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Ignoring Shimen, Gu Fei directly used the godly seizing secret technique to read the memory of this guy's primordial spirit. Soon, he knew everything about the Black Fire clan. This clan had a long history and was one of the most primitive clans in the South continent. Ever since the clan appeared, they had been living and thriving in the Black Fire mountain range, and their clansmen rarely left the Black Fire mountain range. There was a big secret in the depths of the Black Fire mountain range, and the Black Fire clan had been guarding this secret for generations. This mysterious expert from the Black Fire clan was called Yin Zun, and he was an ancestor-level existence in the Black Fire clan. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was a quasi-supreme. However, in front of Gu Fei, this Yin Zun was extremely weak. The Black Fire clan, interesting. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly planted a restrictive technique on this Yin Zun. After all, this Yin Zun was a quasi-supreme, and it would be a pity to kill him. He would make this guy one of his own, and he would be able to order him around. Gu Fei let go of Yin Zun. Swoosh! Yin Zun left a series of afterimages in the void, and instantly retreated hundreds of feet away. His speed was extremely fast. What did you do to my body? Yin Zun was shocked and furious. He quickly looked within himself, but he was dumbfounded. He couldn't find out what his opponent had done to his body. How was this possible? Gu Fei would definitely not let him off so easily. Your life and death are in my hands. Live or die, it's up to you. Gu Fei looked at Yin Zun and said, What? Yin Zun heard this, and his face changed. He didn't dare to joke around with his life. Furthermore, an existence like Gu Fei didn't need to lie to him. Human, you're very strong. At this moment, The voice of the black fire dragon that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch rang in Gu Fei's mind. Are you trying to say that you're not weak? Gu Fei suddenly smiled and raised his head to look at the black flame dragon in the sky. Hearing this, the black fire dragon was stunned. How do you know what I'm trying to say? Cut the crap. It's the same for you. Live or die, it's up to you. Gu Fei didn't have time to waste with this black fire dragon. How dare you? Hearing Gu Fei's words, the black fire dragon was enraged. He was usually high and mighty, and was worshipped by the black fire tribe. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? I've always been very brave, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Then go to hell. The black flame dragon roared. Then, a clanging sound came from its body. Countless black flames of Yin rushed out from its body and turned into a peerless sword light. It slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. I'm very impressed with your courage. Gu Fei nodded seriously and then stretched out his hand. His hand covered the sky, and he actually caught the countless sword lights that were slashing towards him. As soon as Gu Fei closed his hand, all the sword lights were immediately crushed by him. At the same time, the black fire dragon directly spat out a dragon's breath at Gu Fei. Boom! The terrifying black flames of Yin instantly erupted, filling every inch of the void. The black flames of Yin transformed from the dragon's breath also engulfed Gu Fei at the same time. At this moment, the power of the entire black fire-killing formation was also drawn by the black fire dragon. This power was infinitely close to the extreme grade realm, and even a quasi-supreme would be destroyed in both body and soul. However, in the next moment, the black fire dragon was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. The power of the black fire-killing formation that filled the space of the formation was actually madly gathering towards one place, and that place was where Gu Fei was. This fellow, both the black fire dragon and Yin Zun were stunned by this scene, and they were both dumbfounded. Very quickly, the black fire dragon in the black fire-killing formation was completely devoured by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the black flames. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself and absorbed your power, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Chapter 36:59. After devouring the dragon breath of the black flame colossal dragon, Gu Fei immediately felt refreshed. Even though his cultivation base did not increase, his primordial chaos energy had become purer. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you guys another chance. Gu Fei swept a glance at the black flame colossal dragon and Yin Zun. You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it. The black flame colossal dragon said arrogantly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been forced to surrender by anyone. But now, this guy actually wanted him to surrender? Impossible. Then you and my mount will be finished. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened up his inner world. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out from his inner world, causing the entire black flames killing formation to tremble. A colossal dragon charged out from Gu Fei's inner world. The mighty and violent aura of a true dragon spread out in all directions. This was a purple dragon. It was an immortal-level true dragon that Gu Fei had subdued when he was overseas in the human world. This true dragon had always been cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world. In fact, Gu Fei had forgotten that this true dragon was in his inner world. He only remembered it recently. The true dragon pounced towards the black flame colossal dragon. The aura of a true dragon spread out, terrifying to the skies. The entire black flames killing formation looked as though it was about to collapse. Roar! The black flame colossal dragon also soared into the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei's colossal dragon. The two colossal dragons collided and started fighting in the sky. In an instant, dragon blood splattered and dragon roars shook the skies. Seeing this scene, Yin Zun was dumbfounded. Even this guy's mount was so powerful. This was too heaven-defying. This was preposterous. Gu Fei's mount was a quasi-supreme existence. It was much stronger than the average ancestral dragon. Because of this, it was able to fight evenly with the black flame colossal dragon. Get up. Why are you still kneeling there? At this moment, Gu Fei looked at Shimanijian, who was still kneeling on the war chariot. The sword array controlled by Shimanijian was still operating. Tens of thousands of sword lights hovered in the void, each sword light emitting powerful sword energy fluctuations. The sword net formed by the interweaving of 10,000 sword lights enveloped Shiman Ijian and his 10,000 sword warriors, blocking the black flames of the extreme Yin. Yes, master. Shiman Ijian quickly stood up. At this time, the third uncle, who was standing beside Shiman Ijian, looked at Gu Fei in shock. This was the first time he had seen Gu Fei. This was a legendary super expert. Moreover, the combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was indeed worthy of his reputation. At this time, the two great dragon races were fighting with their lives on the line. Soon, their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises. One of the black flame colossal dragon's dragon horns was broken. It was incomparably miserable. 9 slaughters of the ancestral dragon. Gu Fei's mount immediately displayed the killing technique of the dragon race. In the next moment, 9 ancestral dragon shadows rushed out from his body and tore the black flame colossal dragon into pieces. How is this possible? Yin Zun almost wet his pants from the scene before him. However, in the next moment, the figure of the black flame colossal dragon that was torn into pieces appeared in the void again. The extremely powerful black flames of the extreme Yin exploded from its body, causing the void to tremble. An existence of this level would not die so easily. Even if it was torn into pieces, it could instantly regenerate its body. All right, let's stop here, Gu Fei said. The cultivation and combat strength of these two pure-blooded dragons were about the same. It would not be easy to determine a victor. Yes, master. The black dragon that was confronting the black flame colossal dragon immediately retreated. This black dragon had actually become a quasi-supreme after cultivating in Gu Fei's inner world for such a long time. This was something that Gu Fei had not expected. Gu Fei was well aware of what was in his inner world. The heavenly spring of life and countless treasures were all cultivation resources that cultivators dreamed of. This black dragon had so many cultivation resources to squander. Even a pig could become an immortal, let alone a dragon. Why are you going to fight personally? I'd like to see what you're capable of. The black flame colossal dragon stared at Gu Fei and sneered. Gu Fei did not speak and only smiled. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared into the void, as though he had vanished into thin air. The black flame colossal dragon was shocked. Before it could finish its thought, it felt its head sink. Gu Fei had actually appeared above its head. Preposterous. The black flame colossal dragon was both shocked and enraged. To think that this human would dare to stand on its head. This was unforgivable. In the next moment, an endless amount of black lightning bolted out from the body of the dragon, blasting towards Gu Fei. This was the lunar frost thunder. If one was hit by it, they would be smashed into pieces and their body and soul would be destroyed. However, Gu Fei allowed the lightning to strike his body and seemed to be enjoying it. Gu Fei immediately formed a seal with both hands, and a rune immediately formed on his hands. In the next moment, this rune was directly shot into the black flame colossal dragon's head. This rune was directly imprinted into the depths of the black flame colossal dragon's soul and then disappeared. Even the black flame colossal dragon could not sense the existence of this rune. Oh no! The black flame colossal dragon was extremely shocked. Someone had done something to its soul and had placed a restrictive spell on it. In this case, its life or death was in the hands of this guy. Seeing this, even the patriarch of the black flame race, Yin Zun, was sweating profusely. The black flame colossal dragon gave up resisting and the black lightning bolts dissipated in the void. The terrifying destructive aura also dissipated. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't think about suddenly killing me, and then all of you will be free. If I die, then the restrictive technique on all of you will activate, and all of you will be destroyed in body and soul. You'll be buried with me." When Yin Zun and the black flame colossal dragon heard Gu Fei's words, they were shocked. How did this guy know what they were thinking? "Greetings, master." Yin Zun and the black flame colossal dragon hurriedly knelt before Gu Fei. They had no choice but to submit to him because they did not want to die. Very good. Gu Fei was elated. One should know that subduing these two fellows was equivalent to subduing half of the Black Flame race. Once the Black Flame race submitted to him, the entire South Continent would be Gu Fei's world. Moreover, he was very interested in the item that the Black Flame race had been guarding for generations. Why aren't you dispersing this formation? Gu Fei looked around and said. At this time, the Black Flame killing formation was still in operation. From time to time, black fireballs would fall from the sky, and the power of the Black Flame of Een would explode. Yes, Master. Chapter 3660. Gu Fei had subdued an ancestor of the Black Fire Clan, Flame Lord, as well as the Black Fire Clan's guardian beast, the Black Flame Giant Dragon. Subduing these two fellows was equivalent to subduing half of the Black Fire Clan. At this moment, Flame Lord put away the Black Fire killing formation, and Gu Fei and the others appeared in the void. What's going on? Seeing Gu Fei and the others suddenly appear, the experts of the northern region of South Continent, who were watching the battle from afar, were extremely shocked. These fellows were fighting to the death just now. What was going on? Did they stop fighting? It's him? The Black Fire Clan is in trouble. So it's him. When some of the old antiques of the northern region of South Continent saw Gu Fei, they immediately understood that the Black Fire Clan was in trouble. Even the overlord of South Continent had been subdued by him. Would the Black Fire Clan be an exception? At this moment, countless figures appeared in the distant sky. A terrifying murderous aura spread from the distant sky, which shocked everyone. It was a huge battle formation. Every soldier wore black heavy armor, held a spear in their hands, and wore a helmet on their heads. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. The leader was also wearing black heavy armor. He was tall and mighty, and his domineering aura was overflowing. It's Nanbatian. He actually came in person. Someone exclaimed. The person who came was Nanbatian. He directly brought 100,000 tyrant soldiers to support Shimanijian. However, when Nanbatian saw Gu Fei, he was taken aback. Greetings, Master. Nanbatian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly went forward. After all, his life was in the hands of Gu Fei. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, he would not even need to lift a finger. He could do it with just a thought. Gu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on Nanbatian and the others, so he was not afraid of their retaliation at all. One had to know that Gu Fei had obtained quite a number of life-saving secret arts. The most impressive was the Ascension Secret Art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Ascension and rebirth. Even if one's spirit was shattered, they could be reborn. Secondly, it was the death substitution secret technique that he had recently obtained from an ancestor of the Lin family in the primogeniture realm. This secret technique was a secret technique that allowed him to avoid death at the lowest cost. The second was the Earth Spirit Clan's Golden Cicada secret technique, which allowed the golden silkworm to shed its shell and become immortal. With these 3 life-saving secret techniques, it could be said that even an extreme-grade sovereign might not be able to kill Gu Fei if he personally made a move. And Gu Fei just nodded and said, "You can leave first?" "Yes, Master." Although Nanbatian was extremely domineering in front of Gu Fei, he seemed to have turned into a well-behaved cat. After hearing Gu Fei's words, he didn't even dare to let out a fart and hurriedly retreated to the side. His 100,000 tyrant tribe soldiers also retreated to the side and quietly waited for Gu Fei's orders. Make a trip there. If you surrender, you can live. If you resist, all of you will be killed. Gu Fei said to Yin Zun. What? Yin Zun was instantly shocked. If they resisted, all of them would be killed? Was this the final ultimatum? There's no room for negotiation? What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what my master said? Shimanijian stared at Yin Zun and said coldly, "Yes, Master." Yin Zun had no choice but to accept the order and directly disappeared into the void. What? You want us to surrender? Soon, deep in the Black Fire Mountain range, a roar was heard from a cave that absorbed the Taiyin Black Fire Essence Chi. This is too much. We will fight to the death. Someone in the cave roared angrily. That's right. Even if Gu Fei is more powerful than Nanbatian of the tyrants, so what? Nanbatian can't do anything to us. What can this Gu Fei do to us? Someone said arrogantly. Sigh. This time, it might be different. An old voice was heard. Old ancestor. Exclamations could be heard from the cave. Old ancestor, why did you come out? A voice was heard. I'm going to meet that Gu-Fei. The old voice was heard again. What? The black flame holy ground instantly quietened down. No one spoke. The old ancestor was actually going to take action personally. This was the first time in 1,000 years. To be precise, the old ancestor had not taken action for close to 2,000 years. Even when Nanbatian personally led the tyrants to attack Black Fire City 500 years ago and almost conquered Black Fire City, the old ancestor did not take action. Soon, a white-haired old man walked out of the Black Flame Cave. The Black Flame Cave was the holy ground of the Black Fire clan. Only old ancestor-level beings were qualified to enter the cave to cultivate. There was a big secret hidden in the Black Flame Cave. The existence of the Black Fire clan might be to protect this secret in the Black Flame Cave. In less than an hour, Yin Zun returned. However, an old man followed behind Yin Zun and came to the opposite side of Gu-Fei. What's going on? Shimanijian and the rest were surprised, especially Nanbatian. He could sense a dangerous aura from this old man. At first glance, this old man looked like an ordinary mortal. There was nothing special about him. He was skinny and had a head of white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like an old man. However, an ordinary mortal would definitely not be able to fly in the air. This old man was not simple. His cultivation had already reached the highest realm of return to origin. Even Gu-Fei was a little surprised to see this old man. He used his martial path Heavenly Eye to see that this old man was not ordinary. You are Gu-Fei. The old man behind Yin Zun looked at Gu-Fei the moment he stepped forward. His voice was very old. Who are you? Gu-Fei did not deny it. I can make decisions for everything in the Black Fire clan. The old man said indifferently. You are which legendary ancestor of the Black Fire clan are you? Nanbatian said hesitantly as he stared at this old man. The old man did not speak, but those who heard Nanbatian's words were shocked, especially those who were watching from afar. The ancestor of the Black Fire clan is here? Someone's hand trembled and dropped his melon. I didn't expect this old man to still be alive. Some of the old antiques in the northern part of the South Continent did not look so good. You want my clan to submit to you with just one sentence? That's too much of a joke. The old man looked at Gu-Fei with his turbid eyes and said indifferently, surrender or not. Hurry up and choose. Shimanijian said to the old man impatiently, back off. Gu-Fei frowned. Shimanijian was a little impulsive, which was a big taboo for cultivators. One should know that impulsiveness was the devil. One could fall into it if one was not careful. This old man was a senior after all. One must be polite to seniors. Respecting the old and loving the young was a virtue. Old man, what do you think? Gu-Fei looked at the old man calmly and said, nothing much. I just want to exchange a few moves with you. Chapter 3661. Gu-Fei and Nanbatian fought their way to the Black Flame City. The entire Black Flame clan was extremely nervous. Even the higher-ups of the Black Flame clan who were cultivating in the Black Flame sacred ground were alarmed. Moreover, the news that the Flame Reverend brought back shocked the patriarchs of the Black Flame clan in the Black Flame Sanctuary. The Black Flame giant dragon had actually been subdued by Gu-Fei. How could this be? The amount of information was too shocking. Thus, the legendary ancestor of the Black Fire clan who was said to have fallen jumped out. He wanted to meet Gu-Fei. Yin Zun had no choice but to bring his ancestor back to meet Gu-Fei. You can even subdue the Black Flame giant dragon. It would be a pity if I don't spar with you. The old man looked at Gu-Fei calmly, but there was a glint in his eyes. Don't kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Master, let me do it. Nanbatian walked forward as a powerful battle intent erupted from his body. The space around him rippled like water due to the mighty and domineering power from his body. Little guy, you're not qualified. The old man looked at Nanbatian and shook his head. What did you say? Nanbatian was furious. How dare you say that I'm not qualified? I was once the strongest in the South Continent. How could I not be qualified to fight with this old man? He was furious and unconvinced. Unconvinced? I specialize in dealing with unconvinced people. Come, let me teach you how to behave. The old man waved at Nanbatian and said, You. Nanbatian was furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the guy from the Lin family in the ancestor world had to be polite to him. Gu Fei did not speak. He wanted to see the old man's strength. Since he was the ancestor of the Black Flame clan, he must be very powerful. The existence of the ancestor level was definitely the strongest in the cultivation world. For example, the 4 ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan were all quasi-supremes. The first ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan was once an extreme supreme. Although his cultivation had dropped, he was still powerful and terrifying. How dare you take advantage of your seniority in front of me? Eat my fist. Nanbatian roared angrily and threw a punch at the Black Flame ancestor. The extremely domineering fist force exploded, and the void in front of his fist suddenly collapsed. Rumble. Nanbatian's fist force fused with the destructive power of the void, turning into a terrifying torrent of destruction that drowned the Black Flame primogenitor in the torrent. What? Shimanijian and the Black Flame Colossal Dragon were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Nanbatian had attacked without saying a single word. The battle prowess he had displayed was astonishing. The former number 1 expert of the South Continent was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, it was a pity that he encountered Gu Fei. Hence, this South Continent's Batian was unlucky. Just when everyone thought that the progenitor of the Black Fire clan was in trouble, a figure emerged from the torrent of destruction. The destructive power actually passed through the figure's body. The figure seemed to be made of air, completely unaffected by the force. What's going on? Seeing this, Nanbatian could not help but be moved. Lifeless and indestructible, neither alive nor dead, the voice of the Black Flame ancestor rang out. He walked up to Nanbatian as if he was taking a stroll in the park and pointed his finger. Nanbatian suddenly found himself unable to move. He could only watch as the other party's finger touched his forehead. Roar! Nanbatian let out a furious roar, and his entire body exploded. However, in the next moment, the blood mist instantly gathered together, and Nanbatian's figure appeared in the void hundreds of feet away. He looked at the seemingly harmless old man in front of him in horror. Just now, when his divine body exploded, he felt that his life was in danger. Does this guy really have the ability to kill me? Nanbatian thought. Little guy, are you convinced? The Black Flame ancestor said to Nanbatian with a smile. You! Nanbatian was shocked and angry, but he did not know what to say at that moment. All right, you can go back. I'll play with the old man. Gu Fei glanced at Nanbatian before turning his gaze to the Black Flame ancestor. The secret skill that the old man had just displayed was indeed shocking. Did I see wrongly just now? Was that the legendary lifeless and indestructible art? An old antique from the north region of the South Continent said in shock. What? Lifeless and indestructible art? How is that possible? Hasn't this mysterious skill been lost for countless years? Ever since the Great War of Gods and Demons, this mysterious skill has disappeared. The lifeless and indestructible art was a supreme mysterious skill created by a supreme martial artist from the South Continent of the ancestral god realm. It was said that after cultivating this mysterious skill, one would be lifeless and immortal. Interesting. Gu Fei rubbed his nose and took a step forward. Please. Gu Fei said politely to the Black Flame ancestor. You're not bad, little guy. The Black Flame ancestor smiled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. The Black Flame ancestor was so old that all his teeth had fallen off, but no one dared to underestimate him. Swoosh. After saying that, the Black Flame primogenitor disappeared into the void. Boom. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force exploded from Gu Fei's body, and the void around him exploded. This was a brilliant move. No matter which direction the Black Flame ancestor attacked from, it was useless. As expected, a figure fell out of the void. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei sent a destructive sword light towards the figure at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The sword light landed on the figure, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The figure was sent flying by Gu Fei's sword. In the next moment, An extremely sharp sword light rushed out from the figure, tearing through the void, and instantly slashed at Gu Fei. Chaotic universe. Gu Fei roared, and a wave of power surged from his body. The sharp sword light that was slashing down were all reversed and slashed at the Black Flame Ancestor. The Black Flame Ancestor was taken aback, but his divine body instantly became like air. The reversed sword light passed through his body and did not hurt him at all. This secret skill is amazing. Shimenejian saw this and his jaw dropped, and he was completely dumbfounded. Lifeless and indestructible. He's invincible. The Black Flame Dragon, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Invincible? What do you take my master for?" Chapter 3662. Since the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan wanted to exchange a few blows with Gu Fei was more than happy to oblige. Hence, the two super experts made their moves. At this moment, the countless sword lights that shot out from the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan were reversed by Gu Fei's chaotic secret skill, and all of them pierced through the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan. What? The ancestor of the Black Fire Clan was taken aback. The next moment, the countless sword lights pierced through the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan as though they were passing through a layer of air. There was no resistance at all. This was the secret skill that the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan cultivated, the lifeless scripture. It was as though his entire body had turned into nothingness. Even Gu Fei could not sense his existence at this moment. What an amazing secret skill. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Buzz. In the next moment, he directly displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights emitted a terrifying murderous aura as they rushed out of his body. Swoosh! The 9 sword lights pierced through the figure of the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan. The figure of the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan immediately dimmed as though it was about to dissipate into the void. However, in the next moment, the figure of the ancestor of the Black Fire Clan became solid again. This swordsmanship. The ancestor of the Black Fire Clan looked at Gu Fei in shock. The 9 murderous sword lights had impacted him greatly and blood was oozing out from where he was hit. However, not a single wound could be seen on his body. Even his clothes were not cut by Gu Fei's sword light. How about it? Do you want another 2 moves? Gu Fei smiled at the old man opposite him. At this moment, the 9 sword lights had already flown back to him and entered his body. The ancestor of the Black Fire Clan did not speak. He stared at Gu Fei for a while and said, "The Black Fire Clan is willing to submit? A wise man submits to circumstances. Old man, you're really smart." Nanbatian looked at the Black Flame progenitor and sighed. This progenitor of the Black Flame tribe was really astute. He could see things much further than ordinary people. The Black Fire ancestor knew that he could not stop Gu Fei. Even though he was not afraid of Gu Fei, he had the entire Black Fire tribe behind him. He could escape if he could not defeat Gu Fei, but the Black Fire tribe could not. Therefore, choosing to submit to Gu Fei would allow the Black Fire Clan to not lose a single soldier and preserve the Black Fire Clan's strength to the maximum. When Nanbatian thought of how his elite army was almost crippled by Tsang Kei's God Race army, and how countless divine generals and divine soldiers had fallen, he felt a heartache and his heart was bleeding. The Black Flame progenitor glanced at Nanbatian but did not say anything. "Please." A dozen hand seals rushed out from his hands and entered the bodies of the patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe in the hall. The patriarchs of the Black Fire Clan were shocked. They quickly looked inside themselves, but the handprint that had entered their bodies had disappeared. "What was that? What did you do to us?" The leading old ancestor looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, in horror. His voice was trembling. Gu Fei would definitely not attack them for no reason. "It's nothing. Your lives are in my hands," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. "What?" When the patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe in the hall heard Gu Fei's words, their hair stood on end. You planted a forbidden technique on us?" A tall patriarch of the Black Flame Clan who looked like a black iron tower was enraged. "How can you do this? What right do you have to control our lives?" The black man glared at Gu Fei on the throne and roared. "Yinba, shut up." Yin Zun, who was standing beside Gu Fei, roared angrily at the black man below. He then turned around and bowed to Gu Fei. Please forgive Yin Ba's rudeness, master. I will teach him a good lesson. Who else is unconvinced? Step forward. Gu Fei said calmly, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Oh no. Chapter 36-63. Step forward if you're not convinced. Gu Fei's lazy voice rang out in the main hall of the City Lord's residence in Blackfire City. What? All the patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe were enraged. However, some of them did not dare to express their anger. However, those with fiery temperament were different. Of course, there were a few sly fellows among the patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, they quietly stood to the side and watched coldly without saying a word. I'm not convinced. So what? A tall and skinny guy stepped forward and walked to the side of the black flame ancestor named Yin Ba. He glared at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Me too. Count me in. I'm not convinced. So what? Other than the tall and skinny fellow, another 3 patriarchs stepped forward. They did not believe that Gu Fei would dare to kill them. Including Yin Zun, there were a total of 16 patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe in the main hall. At this moment, 5 patriarchs stepped forward. Other than Yin Zun, the remaining 10 patriarchs remained silent. What a bunch of idiots. You still can't tell. How sad. Nan Batian glanced at the patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe in the main hall and said disdainfully, Who are you calling idiots? Do it again if you dare. All the patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe turned around and glared at Nan Batian. Yin Ba, in particular, wanted to rush over and beat Nan Batian up. I'm talking about you. So what? Nan Batian shouted at Yin Ba. I'm going to kill you. Yin Ba was enraged and was about to attack. However, just as Yin Ba took a step forward, there was a loud bang. Without any warning, Yin Ba's divine body suddenly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The other 4 patriarchs of the Blackfire tribe standing beside him were also covered in blood. What? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. No one had expected such a thing to happen. An extremely powerful patriarch of the Blackfire tribe had been killed just like that. At this moment, Yin Zun, who was standing beside the throne, was sweating profusely. Idiot. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone else. Yin Zun thought to himself. At this moment, he didn't dare to speak to Gu Fei anymore. This master of his would kill anyone he didn't like. It was then that the Black Flame patriarchs in the hall recalled what Gu Fei had said. In particular, the 4 Black Flame patriarchs who had jumped out to fight against Gu Fei turned pale with fright. They could still feel the warmth of the blood that had splashed onto their bodies. Pa! Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly snapped his fingers. Then, with a bang, the tall and thin black flame ancestor exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Master, please be merciful. Yin Zun hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully. All the black flame patriarchs in the hall looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, in horror. If they want to die, I can't do anything about it, Gu Fei said. Pa! With another snap of his fingers, another patriarch of the Blackfire clan was turned into a mist of blood without any suspense. Out of the 5 Black Flame patriarchs who had stood up to fight against Gu Fei, 2 of them died in an instant. This made the remaining 3 Black Flame patriarchs extremely frightened. At this moment, they realized that Gu Fei was indeed a ruthless character. Even their Lord Ancestor couldn't save them now. This Gu Fei. At this moment, an old man stood at the peak of a mountain outside Blackfire City. This old man was looking in the direction of the City Lord's residence. He was the Black Flame patriarch of the Black Flame tribe who had just left Blackfire City. At this moment, the Black Flame patriarch realized that he had miscalculated. He had tried to trick Gu Fei, but Gu Fei didn't play by the rules. Just now, he had already said that he would let Gu Fei deal with those guys. Therefore, it was not appropriate for the Black Flame primogenitor to save Yin Ba and the others. Pa! Another snap was heard in the hall of the City Lord's residence. Then, one of the Black Flame patriarchs was destroyed and became a thing of the past. Master, spare us. The remaining two black flame patriarchs, who were resisting Gu Fei, knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Fei. Their hesitation and extreme fear caused their bodies to tremble. When their lives were threatened, even a patriarch would have to beg for mercy. At times like this, dignity and whatnot could be thrown away. Hee, now you know how to call me master? Nan Batian looked disdainfully at the two black flame patriarchs who were kneeling in front of Gu Fei. Master, I'm just a fart. Please let me go. A short, dark-skinned patriarch of the black flame tribe pleaded. How dare you ask Master to fart? You deserve to die. Nan Batian roared with righteous indignation. This. I don't dare ask Master to fart. The black flame patriarch shook his head hurriedly. You want to live? Very well. I'll give you a chance. As Gu Fei spoke, he took out a palm-sized object from his body. Then, the object flew up from his hand and expanded rapidly. The object floated in the hall. Everyone saw that it was a fighting platform. Only one of you can live. Go up. We'll know who will live and who will die after a battle. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the two guys who were kneeling at his feet. The skinny Yin Tian and the fat Yin Qi looked at each other. They were both surprised and delighted. Yin Tian rushed up to the fighting platform, followed by Yin Qi. Although this battle stage looked small on the outside, it was actually very big on the inside. The instant Yin Qi and Yin Tian entered the battle stage, their figures shrunk. Time to watch the show, huh? Nan Batian got a stool from somewhere and sat on it, watching the battle in the fighting platform with great interest. The black flame dragon did not enter the hall but hovered in the air outside. At this moment, the two experts were fighting with no regard for their own lives. This was a matter of life and death, and it was not a joke. It had to be said that the two black flame patriarchs of the black flame tribe were really strong. The entire fighting platform shook and powerful energy waves spread out from the fighting platform, causing the void around the fighting platform to tremble. Bam! Boom! A dull collision sound came from the fighting platform. The two experts wanted to live. As long as they could live, no one would be willing to die. Chapter 36-64. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go Away? The web provides you with exciting novels to read. A battle platform floated above the main hall of the Black Fire City Governor's Mansion. Two figures were moving rapidly on the battle platform, fighting with all their might, each trying to kill the other. What was even more shocking was that both of them came from the same clan and were patriarch-level existences of the Black Fire clan. But now, both of them seemed to have become mortal enemies and wanted to kill each other. In the main hall, the other ancestors of the Black Fire clan did not speak. They quietly watched the battle on the battle platform. Some of them had complicated expressions, but in order to survive, no one dared to step forward. One should know that their lives could be ended with a snap of Gu Fei's fingers. If Gu Fei wanted to kill them, he didn't even need to lift a finger. At this time, on a mountain peak outside of the Black Fire City, the ancestor of the Black Fire clan was filled with regret. He should not have played tricks with Gu Fei. Now, not only did he fail to trap Gu Fei, he was the one trapped instead. The ancestor of the Black Fire clan had no other choice. He did not want to see his descendants killed by Gu Fei, so he turned around and left. Boom! Bam! On the battle platform, the skinny Yin Tian and the fat Yin Qi were already bleeding. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they attacked each other crazily. Clang! A blade light rushed out from Yin Tian's body and fiercely slashed at Yin Qi's spear. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and rubbing gave everyone goosebumps. The ancestor of the Black Fire clan was at least a beginner quasi-supreme martial artist, but Yin Tian and Yin Qi were both in the intermediate quasi-supreme martial artist realm. Therefore, it would not be easy for them to determine the winner. Most importantly, they were too familiar with each other. Both of them knew each other's trump cards. In this way, it would be even more difficult to determine the victor. Master, can you let them atone for their crimes? At this time, the Flame Lord, who was standing beside the throne, suddenly asked Gu Fei, atone for their crimes? How are you going to redeem yourself? Gu Fei glanced at Yin Zun and said indifferently, sometimes, it felt good to act tough. Yin Zun thought about it and said, Master, There are still many people in the South Continent who are unwilling to submit. Let's send the two of them to take care of those people. If the two of them were to die just like that, it would not be worth it. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. These two fellas were quasi-supremes after all. Anyway, their life and death were in his hands. Moreover, he had killed the chicken to warn the monkey just now. This suggestion of Flame Reverend was really not bad. All right, let's do that. Gu Fei nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, Yin Qi and Yin Tian, who were fighting on the stage, immediately flew out. With a wave of his hand, the battle platform that was suspended in the void immediately shrank and flew back into his hand. Yin Tian and Yin Qi directly fell to the ground. They were still in a daze as they looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Master is being merciful and has decided to spare your lives. Yin Zun stared at the two fellas on the ground and said coldly, "Thank you, Master, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Master, for sparing our lives." Yin Tian and Yin Qi were surprised and happy. They quickly kowtowed to Gu Fei in fear, knocking their foreheads on the ground. However, you can be spared from death, but not punishment. Master wants you to conquer the South Continent and conquer all those who are unwilling to submit. Do you have any objections? Yin Zun said coldly, "No objections, no objections. We will do as you say." Yin Tian and Yin Qi hurriedly said, "Very good." Gu Fei nodded his head and said. He then looked at Shimanijian, who was standing below the throne, and said, "Go with them and train." "Yes, Master." Shimanijian turned around and bowed to Gu Fei and said, "Scram, the two of you." With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, Yin Tian and Yin Qi, who were kneeling on the ground, were immediately blown out of the hall by a strong gust of wind. Not only were these two unlucky fellas sent flying out of the hall, they were also sent flying out of the governor's mansion and out of the city. Boom! Yin Tian and Yin Qi directly smashed into a mountain outside the governor's mansion. In the next moment, the entire mountain instantly exploded. Countless rocks flew in all directions, and dust rose into the sky. What happened? All the Black Fire tribe members in the Heitian city were shocked by the scene outside the city. Yin Tian and Yin Qi crawled out of the rubble in a sorry state and returned to the Black Fire city. They arrived outside the hall of the governor's mansion and waited quietly. At this moment, the 10 patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe in the hall all became obedient and did not even dare to let out a fart. "You guys are just despicable." Nanbatian glanced at the patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe in the hall and said disdainfully. The 10 patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe glared at Nanbatian as if they wanted to eat him alive. Although they were afraid of Gu Fei, they were not afraid of Nanbatian. "What, you want to fight? I can kill you all with one hand." Nanbatian said domineeringly. "All right, that's it. Since the Black Fire tribe has already submitted to Master, then take out all your treasures and offer them to Master." Shimanijian glanced at the patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe in the hall and said, "I heard that the Black Fire tribe has a very rich collection. It seems that the Black Fire tribe has a special treasure vault for storing treasures." Nanbatian said. The patriarchs of the Black Fire clan had no choice but to watch as their clan's treasures were taken away. Even the vault was emptied. Sigh. The hearts of the patriarchs of the Black Fire tribe were bleeding. Subsequently, Gu Fei actually stayed in the Black Fire city. He was very interested in the secret that the Black Fire tribe was guarding. The next day, Yin Tian and Yin Qi led the troops of the Black Fire tribe into battle. In the southern continent, there were many people who were resisting Gu Fei. Many of them did not want to be enslaved. Thus, Song Ke and the others had been eliminating these resistance forces. With the addition of the Black Fire tribe, the resistance forces of the entire southern continent were gradually eliminated. Just as Yin Tian and Yin Qi led the troops of the Black Fire tribe into battle, Gu Fei, Nanbatian, Yin Zun, and the Black Flame Giant Dragon arrived at the sacred ground of the Black Fire tribe. "What's in here?" Gu Fei asked Yin Zun. Master, I don't really know. Only one person knows the secret of the sacred ground, and that is the founding ancestor." Yin Zun hurriedly said. "What about you?" Gu Fei glanced at the Black Flame Giant Dragon and said. The black flame giant dragon transformed into a black-clothed middle-aged man and stood beside Gu Fei. When this guy heard Gu Fei's question, he could not help but be shocked. Then, he said something that shocked even Gu Fei. Chapter 3665. Gu Fei was very curious about the secrets of the Black Fire Clan. Hence, on this day, he brought everyone to the sacred ground of the Black Fire Clan. The sacred ground of the Black Fire Clan was actually a cave that was spitting out black lunar flames. The cave was pitch black without any light. The aura of the extreme black flame surged out of the cave, forming a layer of nearly transparent ice around the entrance of the cave, sealing everything in ice. Gu Fei and the rest stood outside the cave and felt waves of cold air assaulting them. Even the weakest Yen Zun was covered in frost. Of course, Yen Zun cultivated the power of the black lunar flames. The power of the black lunar flames emanating from the sacred ground of the Black Fire Clan did not harm him. Instead, it could increase his cultivation. This was also the reason why the patriarchs of the Black Fire Clan chose to seclude themselves in the sacred ground. Cultivating in the sacred ground would yield twice the results with half the effort compared to anywhere else. You know the secret of the Black Fire Clan? Gu Fei asked the Black Flame Giant Dragon. This fellow was born from the black lunar flames. What secret of the Black Fire Clan was there that even he did not know about? This was simply an impossible matter. The middle-aged man who was the Black Flame Giant Dragon hesitated. Speak. Yen Zun said to the middle-aged man who was the Black Flame Giant Dragon. The Black Fire Clan has an item that has been guarded for countless years. The middle-aged man who was the Black Flame Giant Dragon said with a solemn expression. It turned out that there was a mysterious item deep within the sacred ground of the Black Fire Clan. This item had a mysterious origin and was only a corner of an incomplete item. Go in. After listening to the Black Flame Giant Dragon, Gu Fei took a step forward and entered the sacred ground of the Black Fire Clan. No one dared to stand in his way. However, what made Gu Fei feel strange was that he did not see the Black Fire Ancestor. He brought Yen Zun and the others into the deepest part of the cave. At the deepest part of the cave, there was an altar over 10 zhang tall. This altar was very old, and it was built from a single boulder. Standing in front of this altar, Gu Fei felt an aura that seemed to come from the primordial era. But in the middle of the altar, there was a palm-sized object. This item seemed to be forged from some kind of unknown metal, and there were signs of fracture all around it. It was obvious that it was a small piece that had broken off from something else. This thing can be used to travel to different great worlds. The Black Flame Dragon continued. What did you say? When Gu Fei heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. This fragment could actually open up a passage to different worlds. If that was the case, then he would be rich. At this moment, the Flame Reverend walked up to the item on the altar and placed his hand on the fragment. Swoosh! In the next moment, a beam of divine light shot out from the unknown fragment. Buzz! The void vibrated, and more than 10 passages appeared in the sky above the altar. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. He could feel the different auras of heaven and earth from these passages. The Black Flame Dragon was not lying. He did not dare to lie to Gu Fei because he knew very well how severe the consequences of lying to Gu Fei would be. Gu Fei really wanted to take a look at these passages, but he knew that now was not the time. At this moment, the Flame Reverend had retracted his hand from the item. In the next moment, the 10 passages disappeared into the void. The Flame Reverend picked up the palm-sized item and returned to Gu Fei. He handed the item to Gu Fei respectfully. Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony and took the item. The moment the item touched his hand, he felt it sink and almost fell to the ground. What on earth is this? Gu Fei looked at the item in his hand carefully. There were countless Dao patterns on the item. These Dao patterns looked like they were naturally formed. Could this be? Nanbatian suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. You know what this is? The Flame Reverend and the Black Flame Dragon were shocked when they heard Nanbatian's words. This item might be the #1 Dao weapon in the ancestral realm, the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds, Nanbatian said with a trembling voice. It was obvious that the overlord of this generation was stunned by his own words. Wheel of Heavens and Worlds? Gu Fei and the others were shocked to hear that. Just by hearing the name of the Tao artifact, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary Tao artifact. A fragment of the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds? How is this possible? The Black Flame Dragon exclaimed. One should know that the title of the number 1 Tao weapon in the ancestral realm was not for nothing. The Wheel of Heavens and Worlds was said to be able to communicate with other realms and open up a passage to other realms. No wonder the experts in the ancestral realm could rule over other realms. This was the reason. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure dashed out from behind Gu Fei and grabbed the mysterious item in his hand. What? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. After the man snatched the item, he immediately turned around and fled. His movements were extremely fast. Trying to escape? Gu Fei suddenly smiled, and then instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he blocked the exit and the person almost collided into him. Die. The person waved his right hand, and a deathly sword light immediately shot out from his hand towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Void transformation. Traceless. Gu Fei performed the anti-void secret skill, and the deathly sword light slashed across his body. It was as if it was slashing the air, and he did not feel any force at all. Bam! While that person was still in shock, a fist had already smashed into his chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. How dare you steal my item? I will cripple you. Gu Fei attacked again. This time, a huge palm covered the entire sky. This was the sky-covering palm. The person could not avoid it, and could only face it head-on. Without any suspense, Gu Fei directly knocked the person into the depths of the cave. Rumble. The entire sacred ground of the Black Fire clan was shaking as the ultimate power erupted. Even Nan Batian and the others were shocked and could not help but admire this person. This person dared to steal Gu Fei's item. He was really stupid. It's you? Chapter 3666. Haha, it's a fragment of the legendary Wheel of Heavens and Worlds. What a pleasant surprise. The Golden Crow, first ancestor, laughed heartily. Death aura surged around him, and the surrounding divine Tao aura was quickly eroded and assimilated into death aura. How dare you steal from me? Do you think you can walk out of here alive? Gu Fei stared at the Golden Crow, first ancestor, and said coldly. At this moment, the entire sacred ground of the Black Fire race was shaking. The powerful power of the Black Flame erupted. The sacred ground of the Black Fire race was sealed, and the protective array was activated. A powerful figure appeared on the altar deep in the sacred ground of the Black Fire race. That person was the Black Fire race leader, Yin. The Black Fire race leader was not the Black Fire first ancestor but his son, Yin. Yin was indeed qualified to be the Black Fire race leader. In the Black Fire race, besides the Black Fire first ancestor, he had the highest status. The land spirit of the graveyard of the gods? How dare you barge into the sacred ground of the Black Fire race? You're courting death. Because the Black Fire clan was forced to submit to Gu Fei, Yin had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that the Golden Crow ancestor had barged in and snatched the fragment, he could vent his anger on this guy. I have the fragment of the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds. Can you stop me? The Golden Crow first ancestor was extremely arrogant. The Golden Crow race was almost exterminated by Gu Fei and Song Ke, but he could not wait to eat Gu Fei's flesh and drink Gu Fei's blood. You won't die if you don't. Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. As long as this Golden Crow first ancestor was alive, the Golden Crow race would always be a huge threat to him and Song Quebec. If he killed this guy, the Golden Crow race would really be exterminated. Even if there were a few that escaped, they would not be a threat. This Golden Crow first ancestor actually barged into the sacred ground of the Black Fire race. This was a rare opportunity to kill this guy. Gu Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. Gu Fei, don't be too proud. I will destroy you and Song Ke sooner or later. The Golden Crow ancestor gnashed his teeth and stared at Gu Fei. While speaking, he directly injected a strong spirit power into the piece in his hand. Buzz. The fragment trembled and emitted a deafening sound. Then, a dozen or so transboundary passages immediately appeared in the void. No one knew which world these portals led to, but without a doubt, as long as the Golden Crow ancestor escaped into these portals, he would be able to escape from the sacred land of the Black Fire clan. However, the moment the dozen or so passages appeared, an ancient cauldron flew out from Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, a powerful force that could shake the heavens and earth erupted from the ancient cauldron. The dozen or so portals that had just appeared in the void directly collapsed and disappeared in the void. What? When the Golden Crow ancestor saw this, he was extremely shocked. Universe-suppressing cauldron, you want to escape? Did you ask me? Gu Fei shouted as he glared at the Golden Crow ancestor. The ancient cauldron hovered above Gu Fei's head and continuously emitted a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens. This ancient cauldron was Gu Fei's mountain river cauldron. How is this possible? The Golden Crow ancestor was in disbelief. He once again activated the fragment in his hand. However, this time, the fragment of the Wheel of Heavens and Worlds in his hand did not move at all. It's just a fragment. It's not a real Supreme Tao soldier. Do you think you can escape with just a fragment? What a joke. Gu Fei said in disdain. Roar. At this moment, the Black Fire Dragon suddenly roared and pounced towards the Golden Crow ancestor. Its huge dragon claws were aimed at the Golden Crow ancestor. The Flame Reverend also made his move. A spear appeared in his hand and turned into a ray of divine light, instantly piercing towards the Golden Crow ancestor. So fast, the Golden Crow ancestor was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. The divine light brushed past his body, and a wisp of black flame ignited his clothes. Roar! The Golden Crow ancestor roared, and an endless amount of essence of death suddenly erupted from his body, dispersing the black flame on his body. At the same time, the Golden Crow ancestor made his move. He instantly disappeared from where he was and dodged the sharp claws of the Black Fire Dragon. He appeared in front of the Flame Reverend and punched towards him. A violent fist force surged from his fist, and the power of death exploded, cutting off all life. Although the Flame Reverend could not withstand a single blow from Gu Fei, it did not mean that he was weak. It was just that Gu Fei was too powerful. Black Fire Explosion. The Flame Reverend roared, and his long hair danced in the wind. His fist was like a black meteorite that met the Golden Crow ancestor's fist. Boom! With a deafening bang, the two fists collided and two extremely powerful forces exploded. The Flame Reverend was sent flying. After all, there was still a gap between his combat power and the Golden Crow ancestors. A wave of the power of death invaded his right arm. Damn it! The Flame Reverend chopped off his own arm. The moment his right arm was chopped off, it turned into ashes. Seeing this, the Flame Reverend broke out in cold sweat. What a terrifying power of death! At this moment, Gu Fei was watching from the side. He had used the Mountain River Cauldron to suppress the Golden Crow ancestor's space and cut off all his escape routes. The Golden Crow ancestor wanted to escape? It was very difficult. The Golden Crow ancestor was unforgiving and immediately chased after the Flame Reverend, wanting to kill the Flame Reverend. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the Golden Crow ancestor and the Flame Reverend. An extremely powerful power of the Black Fire of Yin exploded from the figure. What? The Golden Crow ancestor was shocked. Within the Black Fire, a huge hand slammed towards the Golden Crow ancestor. The violent power of the Black Fire of Yin exploded, and even the space froze. Endless black fire filled every inch of the space. Boom! The Golden Crow ancestor punched forward without hesitation. The power of death exploded again and clashed with the huge hand of the Black Fire of Yin. This time, the Golden Crow ancestor was unable to push the figure back. Did the clan leader make a move? The Flame Reverend couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when he saw this scene. The power that emanated from the figure in front of him was unimaginably powerful, and it caused him to tremble. Die! The Golden Crow ancestor roared and used his ultimate move. He had no choice but to risk his life. One should know that if he could not escape, he would have to stay here forever. Boom! The power of death exploded again. It was unprecedentedly powerful, and a golden crow of death appeared from his body. Then, it soared into the sky and pounced towards Yin. Rumble. The entire black flame holy ground shook. The power of death that exploded from the golden crow of death shook the entire black flame holy ground. However, the black flame holy ground was protected by a great formation, and the mountain and river cauldron suppressed a part of the world. Even if the golden crow ancestor recovered his cultivation, he could not escape from the black flame holy ground. Since you're a dead soul, you should stay in the graveyard of the gods obediently. Since you dare to come out and harm the world, I'll let you die again. Yin said righteously. This guy, Gu Fei was speechless when he saw Yin pretentiousness. This guy represented the world. Why didn't he represent the moon to destroy this guy? If you want to fight, let's fight. You talk too much, the golden crow ancestor said in disdain. As he spoke, he attacked. At this moment, the golden crow of death, formed by his power of death, had already started fighting against the black divine light that flew out from Yinyu's body. The black divine light was extremely powerful. It actually blocked the golden crow of death, formed by the golden crow ancestor. Within the black divine light, a dragon-shaped figure could be vaguely seen. The aura that it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if a terrifying heavenly beast was hiding within the divine light. Could it be the great Yin heavenly dragon sword? The flame reverend exclaimed when he saw this scene. The great Yin heavenly dragon sword was the Black Flame clan's treasure. It was extremely powerful. Some people even suspected that it was an extreme Dao-level Dao treasure. Swoosh! With a flash of the sword light, the golden crow of death was actually slashed in the void. After the sword light slashed the golden crow of death, formed by the golden crow ancestor, it directly fell towards the golden crow ancestor. The terrifying aura of destruction caused the golden crow ancestor's heart to palpitate. Clang! The golden crow ancestor raised the fragment of the wheel of myriad worlds in his hand. Yinyu's great Yin, heavenly dragon sword directly slashed on the fragment. The fragment of the wheel of myriad worlds actually blocked Yinyu's sword. However, at this moment, the black flaming dragon opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath towards the golden crow ancestor. The pitch-black lunar true fire directly burned towards the golden crow ancestor. The golden crow ancestor hurriedly soared into the sky and dodged the mighty lunar true fire. Golden crow illuminates the sky. The golden crow ancestor roared in anger. His entire body instantly turned into a death moon that illuminated the void. He charged towards the black flaming dragon. The aura of death that erupted from the death moon became even more powerful. What? Seeing this, the black flaming dragon couldn't help but be shocked. Then, it immediately fled. A primogenitor-level existence like this was unimaginably powerful. Without any suspense, the black flaming dragon's mountain-like body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. However, in the next moment, the blood mist of the black flaming dragon rapidly condensed. A huge figure once again appeared in the sky. After the black flaming dragon reformed its physical body, it once again charged over. At this moment, there were 3 experts attacking the golden crow ancestor: Yin Reverend, Yinyu, and the black flaming dragon. Any one of these experts was definitely an overlord-level existence. Nanbatian didn't say anything. He stood behind Gu Fei and paid close attention to the battle ahead. Chapter 3667. The Golden Crow ancestor was besieged by the 3 experts from the Black Fire clan, but he was still able to deal with them with ease. This shocked Nanbatian and the rest. The 3 experts from the Black Fire clan were not weaklings, especially the clan leader of the Black Fire clan, Yinyu. He was extremely powerful and could draw the power of the Black Fire sacred ground to his body. At this moment, Yinyu was simply as powerful as the Black Flame primogenitor. Terrifying and monstrous black flames surged from his body, enveloping every inch of the surrounding void. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding came from Yinyu's body. 9 black divine chains directly rushed out from his body, like 9 poisonous dragons, and coiled towards the golden crow ancestor. Haha, you want to kill me with just the 3 of you? Dream on. The Golden Crow ancestor laughed. At the same time, an even more powerful death energy erupted from his body, and the surrounding void was annihilated. The death energy could corrode everything, including the Black Moon flame. It was corroded by the death energy and assimilated by the Golden Crow ancestor. The Golden Crow ancestor was getting stronger as he fought, while the 3 experts from the Black Fire clan were getting weaker. If this continued, the outcome of the 3 experts from the Black Fire clan could be imagined. Gu Fei naturally noticed this, but he did not say anything. Nanbatian also noticed this, so he did not say anything. The Black Fire clan and the South Continent's Tyrant clan had always been enemies. As the #1 expert of the Tyrant clan, Nanbatian could not wait to see the 3 experts from the Black Fire clan suffer. Why would he remind his 3 old enemies? The moment the 9 divine chains that charged out from Yin Yu's body came into contact with the ball of light of death that erupted from the Golden Crow ancestor's body, they dissipated in the air. When Yin Yu and the others saw this scene, their countenances changed. That ball of death light continued to surge outwards. Everywhere it passed, the extreme black flames would dissipate, transforming into death chi that was devoured by the light of death. When Yin Zun came into contact with the death light, half of his body disappeared instantly. He screamed in pain as he tried to escape far away from the attack. Roar! The great flame heavenly dragon soared in Yin Yu's hand soared into the sky, transforming into a black flame heavenly dragon that was even larger than a mountain. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the black flame heavenly dragon. The entire black flame holy land shook violently. The power of the great flame heavenly dragon sword was exploding, but Yin Yu controlled this power very well. It wouldn't exceed the bottom line of the heavenly punishment, so it wouldn't attract the heavenly punishment. Everyone knew how terrifying the heavenly punishment was. It was the same even for Supreme Tao artifacts. Even Supreme Tao artifact gods would fear the heavenly punishment. Once the heavenly punishment descended, even Supreme Tao artifacts would be destroyed by the power of the heavenly punishment. The black dragon formed by the great flame heaven dragon sword swooped down from the sky towards the Golden Crow ancestor. Swoosh! The black flame sky dragon tore through the expanding light of death and slammed into the Golden Crow ancestor. The Golden Crow ancestor was sent flying. The light of death radiating from Golden Crow's body dissipated in the air. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the entire black flame holy land seemed like it was about to collapse. The Golden Crow ancestor slammed into the protective array of the black flame holy land, causing countless array patterns to dissipate. Roar! The black flame heavenly dragon formed by the great flame heaven dragon sword roared and charged towards the Golden Crow ancestor again. Damn it! This time, the Golden Crow ancestor couldn't help but be moved. The Black Flame clan wasn't simple. They actually had such a Tao artifact. This was definitely an extreme Tao artifact. Boom! 9 death Tao patterns rushed out from the Golden Crow ancestor's body. Each Tao pattern was like a lifelike Golden Crow. Each Golden Crow was bursting with the strongest power of death. Of course, the Golden Crow ancestor was very careful. He wouldn't cross the red line of the heavenly punishment. Once he attracted the heavenly punishment, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Rumble! The 9 Golden Crow Tao patterns rushed towards the Black Flame heavenly dragon. Every time they collided, there was an earth-shattering sound. With every collision, the Black Flame heavenly dragon paused for a moment. The 9 Golden Crows rushed forward and finally stopped the Black Flame heavenly dragon. In the next moment, the Golden Crow ancestor's figure disappeared in the air. *T. Yin Yu was shocked. Before he could react, a light of death suddenly appeared from the void and slashed in front of him. He was shocked. However, he was the clan leader of the Black Flame clan who had experienced hundreds of battles. He instinctively moved his body to the side. The ray of death sliced through his right shoulder and cut off a small part of his body. Clan leader, Yin Zun and the Black Flame heavenly dragon were shocked. They quickly took action. The giant dragon claw tore at the figure that appeared in the air. Yin Zun even spat out a jet of his natal black flame towards the Golden Crow ancestor. Yin Zun's natal black flame was something that he had cultivated for countless years. He had condensed an endless amount of Tai-yin black flame. When he spat out the natal black flame, he was exhausted. Swoosh! At this moment, the ray of death appeared again and cut off the black flame, heavenly dragon's 2 dragon claws. Black-colored dragon blood splattered. Every drop of dragon blood was like black lava. When it dripped onto the ground, it emitted traces of black gas. The ground was melted by the dragon blood. At this moment, the natal black flame that Yin Zun spat out reached the Golden Crow ancestor's body. In an instant, half of the Golden Crow ancestor's body was burned to ashes. The Golden Crow ancestor roared and flew into the sky to dodge. He did not expect the power of the black flame that Yin Zun spat out to be so terrifying. However, in the next moment, the power of death surged from the Golden Crow ancestor's body. In the blink of an eye, his bones and flesh were regenerated. His body that was burned to ashes was restored. The small part of Yin Yu's body that was cut off by the light of death was also restored. The Golden Crow ancestor did not gain the upper hand in the battle against the 3 ancestors of the Black Flame clan. From the looks of it, it was likely that both sides would suffer. "Master, please take action." At this moment, a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Yin Zun was begging Gu Fei to take action. Only Gu Fei could take care of this guy. "You guys play with him first," Gu Fei said. He had no intention of taking action. This made Yin Zun extremely anxious. If the battle continued, they might be defeated by the Golden Crow ancestor. Chapter 36-68. Gu Fei had no intention of interfering. This made Yin Zun and the others feel helpless. They could only continue fighting the terrifying Golden Crow ancestor. The black dragon formed by the Great Inferno Heavenly Dragon Sword charged towards the Golden Crow ancestor again. It was unbelievably powerful. This dragon was definitely a supreme existence that could shake the entire ancestral god realm when it was alive. The black dragon formed by the Great Inferno Heavenly Dragon Sword was on the ground, and the black dragon formed by the Great Inferno Heavenly Dragon Sword. They could not be compared at all. The Golden Crow ancestor disappeared into the void. The black dragon pounced on thin air, its huge dragon claws tearing through the void. "Fight!" Yin Zun hesitated no more. He used his natal black flames again. This time, he nearly killed the Golden Crow first ancestor. The Golden Crow first ancestor was covered in black flames as he screamed in fear and ran amok in the black flame's sacred land. "Die!" Yin Yu raised his sword and cut the Golden Crow ancestor in half. He then snatched the shard from the Golden Crow ancestor's hand. That was a shard from the Myriad World Wheel, the number 1 Tao artifact of the ancestral god realm. "Go to hell!" Yin Zun roared. He used all his strength. He opened his mouth and spat out another gust of black flames, engulfing the Golden Crow ancestor. The Golden Crow ancestor roared again. His flesh and bones were being burned by the black flames. At this time, the black dragon also charged over. It spat out black flames, trying to refine the Golden Crow ancestor together with Yin Zun. However, the Golden Crow ancestor was once an extreme sovereign. He had a sovereign treasure body. It was not an easy task to kill him. At this moment, Yin Yu fully activated the Great Flaming Heavenly Dragon Sword. This divine sword continuously emitted a buzzing sound, and the black flaming heavenly dragon that it had transformed into disappeared into the void. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yin Yu slashed forward with the divine sword. In the next moment, boundless immortal energy exploded from the sword light. The Great Yin Heavenly Dragon Sword released an indestructible sword light. With a flash, the Golden Crow ancestor's head flew into the air. The power of the black flame's sacred ground was exploding. Yin Yu drew upon all of it and used it to activate the Great Flame Heavenly Dragon Sword. Sword light flashed continuously, and the Golden Crow ancestor was already chopped into pieces. Return. At that moment, Gu Fei held the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand and pointed the mouth of the cauldron at the remains of the Golden Crow ancestor. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of the cauldron. In the next moment, the corpse of the Golden Crow ancestor was completely swallowed by the mountain river cauldron. This way, No matter how strong the Golden Crow ancestor was, he was dead for sure. No one had ever escaped from the mountain and river cauldron before. Gu Fei was in a good mood after finally getting rid of the Golden Crow ancestor. He took a fragment of the Wheel of Worlds and left the sacred land of the Black Fire clan. He returned to the ancestral land of the South Continent's tyrants. While Gu Fei was still fighting in the ancestral god realm, a figure appeared in the human realm. "I'm finally back." That person sighed and then rushed into the sky towards the eastern region of the human realm. In an instant, he disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the human realm was even more chaotic than when Gu Fei left. The ancient, desolate forces of the human realm began to fight with each other. However, with Ren Huangzhang around, these forces did not dare to go too far even though they were causing trouble. The eastern region of the human realm was the territory of the eastern world and the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. Soon, that figure appeared in the eastern region, near the East Royal City. The East Royal City still stood tall in the eastern region. Countless years had passed, and it still did not change. The person who returned to the human realm was Li Lingfeng. This time, he came back to rebuild the Taishan sect. He did not want the Taishan sect to go extinct just like that. Li Lingfeng's return alarmed many people. The Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan came to find him. He wanted to know where Gu Fei was because he wanted to fight with Gu Fei. In the East Royal City, crooks and honest people mixed together. The news of Li Lingfeng's return spread from the East Royal City and then spread to the entire eastern region. When Li Lingfeng returned to the human realm, on the ancestral Myrtle Star of the human realm, a war that had lasted for more than 10 years had erupted. He Tian and Ji Changkong joined forces and completely fell out with Emperor Ji. Therefore, whoever's fist was harder would be able to ruthlessly torture the other party to death. Now, on the ancestral Myrtle Star, there were two factions. Ji Changkong and He Tian were also quite impressive. Therefore, without anything, they actually managed to pull together a team to fight against Emperor Ji. Of course, He Tian did not stop to plot against Emperor Ji. He Tian's tricks were very deep. Even someone as shrewd as Emperor Ji would fall for it. "Brother, when are we going to play something big?" In the ancestral Myrtle Star, in the Flying Immortal City's City Lord residence, He Tian and Ji Changkong were talking. They wanted to trick Emperor Ji again in the near future. "You can do whatever you want," Ji Changkong said disapprovingly. "Haha," He Tian laughed. "Father, I finally succeeded." At the end of the human race's ancient road, a woman in ragged clothes stood on a mountain peak. She gazed into the distance and saw tens of thousands of divine lights of the immortal Tao. She directly rushed in the direction of the divine light of the immortal Tao, disappearing into the void. In the ancestral god realm, in the tyrant ancestral land, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large rock. His heart was very calm. The killing intent in his heart had already dissipated a lot. "I've been here for a few years. It's time to go back and take a look," Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was just a passerby in the ancestral god realm. His roots were in the human realm and the heaven realm, not in the ancestral god realm. He had the ability to enter and exit the ancestral god realm. If he went back, he could cross over again. At this time, the resistance forces in the South Continent had basically been crushed by the army led by Yin Qi and Yin Tian. Countless forces were directly annihilated. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. The four extreme supremes were also in the tyrant ancestral land. Rumble, just as Gu Fei was cultivating in the tyrant ancestral land, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded in the depths of the sky. An extremely terrifying destructive aura descended from the depths of the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. What's going on? Gu Fei felt a trace of palpitation for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Soon, a Tao diagram surrounded by primordial chaos Qi appeared in the sky above the South Continent. This Tao diagram was very extraordinary and seemed to be able to contend with the power of heaven's punishment. Are those guys from the ancestral world here again? Chapter 3669. With the fall of the Golden Crow ancestor, the entire South Continent of the ancestral god realm gradually calmed down. The two ancestors of the Black Fire Clan led the army of the Black Fire Clan and almost swept the entire South Continent. This gave Nanbatian a lot of advantages. After all, Gu Fei had asked him to help Song Ke evaluate the South Continent, but now that the Black Fire Clan had helped, it was a lot easier. Most importantly, the casualties of the tyrants had decreased a lot. Although the tyrants had surrendered to Gu Fei, Nanbatian was more or less unhappy. He was loyal to Gu Fei on the surface, but he had other plans in secret. He wanted to maintain his strength. Gu Fei did not have time to care about Nanbatian, because Nanbatian's life and death were in his hands. He was not afraid that Nanbatian would cause any trouble. However, on this day, Gu Fei, who was cultivating in the ancestral land of the tyrants in the South Continent, suddenly felt a powerful aura coming from the depths of the sky. In the depths of the firmament, the primal chaos was vast and mighty. Countless primal chaos Tao patterns rushed out from the primal chaos and intertwined rapidly, forming a massive primal chaos array diagram. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and directly entered the depths of the sky. When he saw the chaos array, he was extremely shocked. This was because he was very familiar with this array. It was the chaos sky sealing diagram that appeared in the central continent that day. This diagram sealed the sky and almost made Gu Fei suffer a big loss. What are those guys in the ancestral god realm doing? They are coming for me. Gu Fei looked at this scene in shock. The depths of the sky were above the starry sky. This was a forbidden place for all living creatures, because the biggest secret of this realm was also here. The power of the heavenly punishment also came from the depths of the sky. The power of the heavenly punishment did not appear for no reason. Gu Fei guessed that the power of the heavenly punishment might be related to the disappearance of the extreme supremes. However, Gu Fei knew that the ancestral god realm did not have the power of the heavenly punishment. Hence, the extreme supremes in the ancestral god realm were not in any danger. To Gu Fei, the ancestral realm was an extremely dangerous place. Very soon, Gu Fei knew that the fellows in the ancestral realm weren't targeting him. They wanted to use the power of heavenly punishment. Because as long as the obstacle of the power of heavenly punishment was resolved, the primogenitor realm's supreme martial artists would be able to enter and exit the ancestral god realm at will without any worries. Rumble. The primal chaos heaven-sealing diagram trembled. A monstrous and terrifying aura surged out from this Tao diagram, shaking the heavens. However, at that moment, countless runes rushed out from the depths of the sky and intertwined to form a shocking array. In the eye of the array, a figure could be vaguely seen. An extremely dangerous aura erupted from the figure. It was an aura that would make even an extreme-grade sovereign's heart palpitate. There was no doubt that the mysterious figure could kill a sovereign. As expected, Gu Fei was extremely shocked when he saw this scene because it was so similar to the scene he'd seen in the depths of the sky all those years ago. Swish! A divine light suddenly rushed out from the mysterious figure and directly pierced through the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. He had witnessed how powerful the primal chaos sky Fenglu diagram was. However, the primal chaos sky Fenglu diagram could not even withstand a single blow from the mysterious figure. I see. At that moment, an aged voice came from the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram. Then, the diagram directly shattered the void and disappeared into the primal chaos. The primal chaos heaven sealing diagram actually disappeared just like that. This baffled Gu Fei. What were those fellows in the ancestral realm doing? Were they just trying to probe the power of heavenly punishment? The power of heavenly punishment was undeniable. It suppressed the extreme-grade sovereigns in the ancestral god realm, so much that they didn't dare to show their faces. They had no choice but to seal their cultivation for fear of accidentally attracting the power of heavenly punishment. At this moment, the mysterious figure in the heavenly punishment formation suddenly looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He wasn't an extreme-grade sovereign. So why was this mysterious figure targeting him? How was this possible? Just as Gu Fei was bewildered, the mysterious figure in the heavenly punishment formation actually waved at Gu Fei, and Gu Fei immediately flew forward uncontrollably. What? This time, Gu Fei was really shocked. Damn, what's going on? In just an instant, Gu Fei flew into the heavenly punishment formation and directly arrived in front of the mysterious figure. At this moment, Gu Fei was indescribably shocked, because he sensed a familiar aura from the mysterious figure. How could this be? How is this possible? Could this mysterious figure actually be him? In the next moment, the blurry figure in front of Gu Fei actually became clear. A middle-aged man wearing plain clothes appeared in front of him. "It's you." Gu Fei was utterly shocked. The middle-aged man in plain clothes was like an ordinary person. He did not emit any aura, and his appearance was very ordinary. He was the kind of person that would be neglected in a crowd. However, such an ordinary person gave Gu Fei a great shock, because the person was the legendary martial progenitor, the extreme-grade martial progenitor. The martial arts of Gu Fei and the middle-aged man in plain clothes came from the same source, thus there was an unfathomable resonance between them. "I can only stay awake for a while. I didn't expect my successor to catch up to me so quickly." "Very well, very well." The middle-aged man looked at Gu Fei with a gratified expression. You're really the legendary martial progenitor." Gu Fei's voice was trembling. It was too unbelievable. He actually saw the mysterious martial progenitor. How was this possible? He felt like he was dreaming. She recalled the legends about the martial progenitor. The martial progenitor did not establish a sect. He only created a path to become a martial progenitor. Martial existed before the martial progenitor became an extreme-grade martial progenitor. However, the martial progenitor was the first person to cultivate martial arts to the extreme and become an extreme-grade martial progenitor. Therefore, he was truly a martial progenitor. How could Gu Fei not be agitated, excited, and nervous after seeing the real martial progenitor? His body trembled slightly, and he almost had a hard time breathing. "Martial progenitor. The people actually call me the martial progenitor?" The middle-aged man said in surprise. "Yeah. You're the only one who has the right to be called the martial progenitor." Gu Fei said excitedly. "Is that so? All right, I don't have much time left. Remember, the people of the ancestral realm are not to be trusted," the martial progenitor said as he stretched out his right hand and tapped on Gu Fei's forehead. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt dizzy. Then, he saw the martial progenitor's life. It was as if he had become the martial progenitor, experiencing the martial progenitor's path of growth. Gu Fei felt as if he had entered the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. He became an orphan who was obsessed with martial arts. With every step he took, he kowtowed and worshipped the Martial Mountain's Grandmaster as his teacher and cultivated diligently. After he succeeded in his studies, he left the mountain to gain experience. He met the woman he loved and traveled the human world together. There were too many legends about them. In the end, the woman died in the martial progenitor's arms. She was killed by the martial progenitor because she was a member of the demonic Tao. The martial progenitor was inconsolable. His cultivation was crippled by the martial progenitor, and he was expelled from the sect, becoming a cripple. The martial ancestor was a natural-born martial artist. He was able to comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts in the face of adversity. Not only did he recover his cultivation, but his strength had also improved greatly. Then, he fought his way from the foot of Martial Mountain all the way to the peak of Martial Mountain. In the end, he defeated the Grandmaster of Martial Mountain and left. It was as if Gu Fei had experienced it himself. After a long time, he finally regained his senses and was shocked to discover that he was standing in the sky alone. The heavenly punishment formation and the martial progenitor had disappeared without him knowing. The martial progenitor was teaching Gu Fei in a different way. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he could break through the bottleneck, he would become another martial supreme being. It was an opportunity for him to become an extreme martial supreme being. Gu Fei sat with his legs crossed in the air and continued to comprehend the martial progenitor's understanding of martial arts. The martial progenitor's understanding in particular allowed Gu Fei to see a whole new world of martial arts. It was extremely important to Gu Fei, as if he had seen a beacon in a dense fog. Gu Fei sat there for a year. During this year, Song Ke had completely conquered the southern continent. Following that, Song Ke set his sights on the western continent. He wanted to unify the ancestral god realm He wanted to become the first realm master to successfully conquer all 5 continents of the ancestral god realm. However, when Tsang-Ke sent his army to the western continent, he encountered something unexpected. The western continent suddenly sent out countless experts and defeated Tsang-Ke's army. Tsang-Ke almost vomited blood because his army was almost wiped out. Even his right-hand man, Peng Jingtian, was severely injured and almost died. The western continent, which was publicly recognized as the weakest continent in the ancestral god realm, had defeated Tsang-Quebec. The outcome shocked everyone. How is this possible? How can there be so many experts in the western continent? Where did these experts come from? Many people had the same question, but no one knew what had happened. It was as if the experts of the western continent had appeared out of nowhere. It was too abnormal. It was as if there was a mastermind behind everything. Someone was digging a hole for Tsang-Ke to jump into. Tsang-Ke suffered a great loss this time. Some people were happy while others were sad. The Shimin clan suffered a great loss too. Shimin almost died in the western continent. If Tsang-Ke had not risked his life to save Shimin, Gu Fei's new disciple would have suffered a tragedy. Damn it, Tsang-Ke, will not let this go. Tsang-Ke's furious roar came from the South Continent's tyrant clan's ancestral land. Chapter 3671. When the news of Tsang-Ke's crushing defeat in the West Continent spread, countless cultivators in the ancestral god realm were in an uproar. This outcome was simply unbelievable. After all, ever since Tsang-Ke returned, he annihilated the Golden Crow clan, conquered the various clans of the East Continent, and became the overlord of the East Continent. He then marched into the Central Continent, annihilated the Pang clan, and became the ruler of the Central Continent. Tsang-Ke's army was simply invincible. When he conquered the South Continent, he was unstoppable, and the South Continent's overlord clan had no choice but to submit to him. The Black Fire clan of the South Continent was also conquered by Tsang-Ke's army. With Gu Fei's support, Tsang-Ke had never lost a battle. But now, he was actually defeated in the inconspicuous West Continent. None of the forces in the ancestral god realm expected Tsang-Ke to lose, and lose so miserably. No one knew where the experts of the West Continent came from, but some guessed that it was a trap set up by the big shots of the ancestral god realm. The current West Continent was simply a slaughterhouse. Tsang-Ke naturally wouldn't let it go after suffering heavy losses in the West Continent. He wanted to meet Gu Fei and ask Gu Fei for help. Now, he had developed a habit of asking Gu Fei for help if he couldn't handle something. If even Gu Fei couldn't handle it, then it was all over. The sword slaves and the others would only listen to Gu Fei, not Tsang-Quebec. After all, whether it was the sword slaves, the extreme Dao Corpse demon, Zhonghan and Xian-Ing, or the Fire Ape progenitor, their cultivation was definitely not below Tsang-Ke's. How could these people listen to Tsang-Ke? As long as Gu Fei didn't give the order, the sword slaves and the others wouldn't move. Even Tsang-Ke wouldn't be able to ask them to move. As for Nanbatian and the experts of the Black Fire clan, they wouldn't listen to Tsang-Ke because they only obeyed Gu Fei. It could be said that without Gu Fei, it would be difficult for Tsang-Ke to unify the East Continent with just his strength alone, let alone become the overlord of the Central Continent. On the surface, Tsang-Ke was the overlord, but behind him was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was the true overlord. At this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion in the sky. The Fire Ape primogenitor and the others were guarding him. Tsang-Ke had come a few times already, but he was stopped by the Fire Ape primogenitor and the others. He couldn't even see Gu Fei. Tsang-Ke could only wait because he had no other choice. He had sent more than 10 scouts into the Western Continent, but none of them had returned. In other words, they did not even know the situation in the West Continent. This made Tsang-Ke feel extremely sullen. When is Master coming out of seclusion? Now that Shimin had arrived, the Fire Ape primogenitor didn't put Tsang-Ke in his eyes, but he didn't dare to offend Shimin. One had to know that Shimin was Gu Fei's disciple. It was only human nature for a disciple to visit his master. Master has yet to awaken from his cultivation. You should leave. The Fire Ape progenitor said. Shimin sighed. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. With the Fire Ape primogenitor and the others guarding nearby, no one could get close to Gu Fei. At this time, even Shimin Ijin couldn't see Gu Fei, let alone others. After Shimin Ijin left, no one else came to look for Gu Fei. In the depths of the South Continent's overlord's ancestral land, inside a cave dwelling, dozens of experts were gathered. These experts were either sitting or standing, looking at the person in the lead. And the person in the lead was Nanbadian. Lord Patriarch, who does that Song Ke think he is? How dare he act tyrannically above our heads? Damn it! A young overlord expert said angrily. That's right. What right do they have to occupy our ancestral land? Another middle-aged expert said. We must chase all of them away. An old man said angrily. Inside the cave dwelling, everyone was cursing Song Ke and his subordinates. But strangely, no one was cursing Gu Fei. All of you, shut up! Nanbadian suddenly shouted. He also wanted to chase away Song Ke and these outsiders. But was it possible? Song Ke had Gu Fei behind him. Who would dare to go against Gu Fei? The cave dwelling immediately quietened down. Lord Patriarch, we are suffering from this vexation. The old man said angrily. All of us are suffering, but we must learn to endure. Nanbadian said. But how long are we going to endure? Someone said. Let's wait and see. Nanbadian said helplessly. For Nanbadian, he could only wait now. Subsequently, Nanbadian stood up and walked into the depths of the cave dwelling, leaving the experts in the cave dwelling to discuss. At this time, Song Ke didn't know that he was being scolded by the tyrants. He was sitting cross-legged under a big tree in the ancestral land of the tyrants. Lord Primogenitor, what should we do now? A middle-aged cultivator stood in front of Song Quebec. This person was Peng Shi. What else can we do? Song Ke said helplessly. The tyrants seem to be acting strangely these few days. Should we pay attention? Peng Shi said worriedly. Humph, don't worry about them. Song Ke said. Could the tyrants fly to the sky? He knew that Nanbadian had already surrendered, but his subordinates were arrogant and unruly. Nanbadian might not appear, but it was hard to say what his subordinates would do. Rumble. At this time, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, everyone sensed a powerful aura descending from the sky, disturbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What's going on? Song Ke stood up abruptly, took a step forward, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Peng Shi was shocked when he saw this. Soon, Song Ke's figure appeared in the depths of the sky. A mass of primordial chaos divine light was suspended in the void, and that mass of divine light was like a flame, pulsating. Under the primordial chaos divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. Taoist Gu Fei. Song Ke was inexplicably shocked when he saw this scene. At this time, powerful figures began to appear. Has Master finally taken that step? The fire ape primogenitor and the others could not help but be moved when they sensed the aura emanating from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's aura seemed to have an aura that was about to trigger the power of heavenly punishment. In the depths of the sky, a terrifying and monstrous aura of destruction descended. Even the powerful fire ape primogenitor could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he sensed this aura. He's going to become a supreme. Zhong Han and Xian Ying stared at the figure enveloped by the primordial chaos divine light. With the existence of the power of heavenly punishment, no one would dare to undergo a tribulation at this time because it was no different from courting death. Endless primordial chaos divine light circled around Gu Fei's body, and the aura it emitted was incomparably powerful. It had already triggered the power of heavenly punishment, but it did not explode. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Thus, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Fei had great control over his aura. Swish! An array platform suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body and rapidly expanded in the void. Gu Fei leaped onto the formation platform and activated the teleportation formation. It didn't take long for a strand of devouring energy to surge out from the formation platform. In the next moment, Gu Fei vanished in the void. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar aura entered Gu Fei's nose. He saw an endless mountain range and primitive forest all around him. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from a valley in the distance. The entire mountain forest was shaking and many birds were startled away. Primordial chaos divine light was actually lingering in this world. Other than that, there were also various kinds of pure essence energy. This place was practically a cultivator's paradise. Gu Fei saw a black tiger walking out from the opposite mountain range. This black tiger was very big, more than twice the size of an ordinary tiger. The tiger's body exuded a heart-palpitating, baleful aura. Roar! That black tiger roared at the sky again, causing the forest to shake. In the next moment, this fierce tiger pushed off the ground and pounced at Gu Fei. A violent and baleful aura assaulted Jiang Yi. Courting death. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a sword light immediately flashed through the void like a bolt of lightning. The black tiger was split into two by Gu Fei's sword. Blood and internal organs were all over the ground, and a bloody smell pervaded the air. This is the primogenitor's world. Gu Fei looked around and muttered to himself. He sensed the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this world and realized that although this was a barren mountain range, the spiritual energy was very dense. Moreover, the various kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the ancestral realm were extremely pure. If he cultivated here, Gu Fei was confident that he could rush to the extreme-grade sovereign realm in one go. Just as Gu Fei entered the ancestral realm, the south continent of the ancestral god realm was in a mess because of Gu Fei's departure. Pankei could not control the situation at all. Lord Clan Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the cave dwelling of the tyrant clan's ancestral land, an elder spoke to Nanbatian. Let's wait and see. Nanbatian was very cautious. It was not by chance that he could become the clan master of the tyrant clan. He had the strength and means to do so. Lord Clan Master, don't wait anymore. If you miss the opportunity, it won't come again. The elder said. Nanbatian pondered for a long time before saying to the elder, Go and prepare. Lord Clan Master is wise. The elder actually knelt in front of Nanbatian and was extremely emotional. All right, don't talk nonsense here. Get lost. Go and prepare before I change my mind. Nanbatian waved his hand, and the elder flew out of the cave dwelling. After the elder left, a figure silently walked out from the depths of the cave dwelling. This person was surrounded by chaotic energy and was actually an expert from the ancestral realm. This person was very young, at least in Nanbatian's eyes. Of course, this was only the appearance of this expert from the ancestral realm. When will you help me remove the forbidden technique in my body? Chapter 3672. Nanbatian had always been in contact with the people of the primogenitor realm. He did not submit to them, but cooperated with them. The Lin clan of the primogenitor realm was also a large and powerful clan in the primogenitor realm. Nanbatian was already very unhappy when he was suppressed by an old ancestor of the Lin clan. At this time, another person from the Lin clan came, and Nanbatian naturally did not have a good expression. Remove the forbidden technique in my body so that I will not have to worry about it. Nanbatian stared at the young-looking person from the Lin clan and said with a solemn expression. Gu Fei had planted a forbidden technique in his body. Once he found out that Nanbatian dared to betray him, Gu Fei could annihilate Nanbatian with just a thought. Nanbatian did not want to die unjustly. Therefore, in order for him to truly rebel against Gu Fei, the first condition was to remove the forbidden technique that Gu Fei had planted in his body. This is simple, the young man said indifferently. Simple. Nanbatian could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Damn, you say it's simple? I have thought of all kinds of methods, but I could not even figure out what kind of forbidden technique Gu Fei had planted in my body was. The young man smiled and waved his right hand. A ray of divine light directly enveloped Nanbatian. Swish! The young man and Nanbatian disappeared in the void at the same time, without a trace. Just when the overlord was scheming against Gu Fei and Song-Ke was completely unaware of it. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had also left the primogenitor realm and entered that legendary world. There was no heavenly punishment here. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak and looked around. He saw endless mountain ridges. Everywhere he looked were mountains and primitive forests. Occasionally, there would be palpitating roars of wild beasts coming from the mountain ridges. This mountain range was occupied by powerful and terrifying wild beasts. The wild beasts here were much stronger than the wild beasts of any other world. The extreme Tao ancestor beasts here were existences that could contend against extreme Tao supremes. Undergoing tribulation here will definitely alarm the extreme Tao supremes of the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It was impossible for him to undergo tribulation in other worlds because of the existence of heaven's punishment. Who would dare to undergo tribulation in other worlds? This was impossible, unless this guy was courting death. Let's find a place to stay first. Gu Fei soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The primogenitor mountain range was the largest, most primitive, and most ancient mountain range in the primogenitor realm. Powerful supreme Tao ancestral beasts roamed the depths of the primogenitor mountain range. Outside the primogenitor mountain range was the world of the human race in the primogenitor world. The humans here considered themselves to be the primogenitors of the human race and were high above. The primogenitor realm was the source of all worlds. The beings of the primogenitor realm were born with the courage to surpass others. Outside the primogenitor mountain range, a huge mountain floated high in the sky. The mountain was decorated with waterfalls and flowing springs, and pavilions could be seen everywhere. It was completely the atmosphere of an immortal. On the ground, countless humans were making their way toward the divine mountain from all directions. Today was the recruitment day for a sect outside the primogenitor mountain range, the Ing Sky sect. All the humans within 1,000 miles were heading towards the Ing Sky sect. The Ing Sky sect wasn't considered a particularly strong sect in the primogenitor realm. However, the backing of the Ing Sky sect was very strong. It was an external force of the wood race in the primogenitor realm. The wood race was a cultivation family with an extreme Tao supremacy. With such a backing, there was naturally no one who would dare to touch the Ing Sky sect. The old ancestor of the Ing Sky sect was an existence closest to the extreme Tao supremacy realm. Some people said that the old ancestor of the Ing Sky sect was about to undergo tribulation. At this moment, a black-robed youth walked over from the mountain path in the distance. This black-robed youth was Gu Fei. He wanted to enter the Ing Sky sect. Starting from the Ing Sky sect, he would then understand the entire primogenitor realm. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. At this time, Gu Fei had sealed his cultivation base and turned into a normal person with decent muscles and bones. One had to know that if he wanted to enter the Ing Sky sect, he would have to show some advantages. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that there were actually so many people who wanted to enter the Ing Sky sect. He stood on a short mountain and looked at the people gathering from all directions. He couldn't help but be moved. Brother, are you also here to participate in the entrance trial of the Ing Sky sect? At this time, a person walked over from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned around and saw that it was a fatty dressed in beast skin. This fellow was clearly fair and plump, but he gave off a rough feeling in the beast skin. You are? Gu Fei looked at the fatty in confusion. Wanglong, what about you? The fatty was very familiar with people. I'm Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't hide it. In fact, there were a few people in the primogenitor realm who knew his name. However, those people were all high and mighty existences, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to the current Gu Fei. Moreover, those big shots in the primogenitor realm would never have thought that Gu Fei would dare to enter the primogenitor realm. Brother Gu, how about we travel together? Wang Long said with a smile. Sure. Gu Fei agreed without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of this fellow playing any tricks. I still have 2 friends waiting down there. Let's go down together. Wang Long said to Gu Fei. All right, then let's head down, said Gu Fei. He had also sensed that there were indeed 2 people resting under a tree at the foot of the hill. They had started a bonfire under the tree and were roasting the meat of the beasts they had hunted. When Gu Fei and Wang Long came down from the mountain, the forest was already filled with the fragrance of meat. This aroused Gu Fei's appetite. After all, mortals weren't immortals or gods. They still needed to eat. Even immortals and gods needed to eat. It was just that the food they ate was heavenly treasures. Yangzhan, Lingfeng, this is Gu Fei. Brother Gu, this is Yangzhan. This is Lingfeng. Wang Long introduced his 2 friends to Gu Fei, and he also introduced Gu Fei to his two friends. Thus, everyone got to know each other. Gu Fei sat down next to the bonfire under the invitation of Wang Long and the others. He took out a jar of wine from his pouch. He was now immortal, so he naturally had to look presentable. He had a pouch with him. The pouch contained clothes and some food, as well as a few jars of wine. Wang Long couldn't help laughing when he saw Gu Fei take out a jar of wine from his pouch. Haha, brother Gu, you really know how to enjoy life. You actually have such a good thing with you. Yang Zhan and Ling Feng also exchanged a smile. This Gu Fei was quite interesting. He had actually brought wine with him to participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. It had to be known that the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial was very important to them. If they could succeed, it would be the same as ascending to the heavens in a single step. Gu Fei directly removed the clay seal and took a big gulp before handing it to Wang Long. Wang Long laughed, and also took a big gulp before handing it to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan also took a gulp before handing it to Ling Feng. The four of them sat next to the bonfire, drinking and chatting about their experiences. It turned out that although Wang Long was immortal, he came from a mortal sect. A mortal sect naturally couldn't be compared to the Ying Tianzong. Wang Long's physique was not bad. He was only in his 20s, but he had already cultivated to the peak of the Hotian realm. He was only one step away from becoming a Xiantian master. In the mortal world, a Xiantian expert was a master, but in front of immortals, there was no difference between them and ants. Only by entering the Ying Tianzong could Wang Long and the others embark on the path of true experts. Yang Zhan and Ling Feng also came from a cultivation clan in the mortal world. They were also only one step away from becoming Xiantian masters. In fact, if they became Xiantian masters, their chances of passing the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial would be higher. However, they couldn't afford to wait. It was too difficult to break through from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm. They were already in their 20s. If they were over 30, they wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. This was because the age to participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial was from 15 to 30. As long as one was over 30, they couldn't participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. So no matter what, Wang Long and the others had to give it their all. If they were lucky enough to pass the entrance trial, their dreams would come true. Gu Fei learned from Wang Long and the others that the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial was centered around the Ying Tianzong's ancestral mountain, covering a radius of 50,000 miles. No one knew how many humans lived within that radius, but it was definitely an astronomical number. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people rushing over to participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial. Isn't this that damn fatty Wang Long? You also dare participate in the Ying Tianzong's entrance trial? At this time, 7 or 8 youths suddenly walked into the forest. The one leading them was a 20-year-old youth in azure robes. He smiled mischievously at Wang Long. "Chi Hao, what do you want?" Wang Long was startled to see this youth. "Haha, of course I came here to eat and drink. You can scram, but leave the good wine and meat behind." The youth called Chi Hao sneered. "Who do you think you are to tell us to leave?" Yang Zhan sneered at Chi Hao. "You're courting death." A white-robed youth beside Chi Hao roared. With a flash, he appeared in front of Yang Zhan and pressed a hand against Yang Zhan's chest. Bang! Yang Zhan was sent flying as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. He tumbled to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. "Qiming you." Wang Long was infuriated when he saw this scene. However, the Qi brothers were Xiantian experts, and they weren't a match for them. He dares to speak to my big brother like that. I'm already being merciful by not killing him." The young man called Qiming glanced at Wang Long and sneered. "Damn it, you're too much." Wang Long was furious. He took a step forward. Even if he knew he wasn't their match, he still wanted to fight them. "You're also courting death? Good." Chapter 3673. Wang Long and Chi Hao were facing each other in a forest 300 miles away from Sky Sect. Wang Long knew he wasn't Chi Hao's match, but he still wanted to fight. "Fatty Wang, I admire your courage." Kevin smiled, a very happy smile. However, in Wang Long's eyes, Chi Hao's smile made him extremely nervous. Chi Hao was a famous smiling tiger. Once he smiled, someone would die. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. He actually wants to fight Boss Chi. Exactly. His head must have been kicked by a donkey. Haha. The youths behind Chi Hao were all ridiculing Wang Long. They all thought he was overestimating himself. Chi Hao was a Xiantian expert, while Wang Long was only a peak Hotian physique cultivator. In the primogenitor realm, cultivators below the Xiantian realm were usually physique cultivators. They trained their muscles and bones to break through to the Xiantian realm. But once they reached the Xiantian realm, they would have to join a sect to continue cultivating. In the primogenitor realm, there were all kinds of cultivation systems. Some chose to become immortals, some chose to become gods, and some chose to become devils. Chi Hao, don't go too far. Wang Long stared at Chi Hao and said in a deep voice, Haha, what can you do if I go too far? Chi Hao laughed. At this time, Gu Fei had been watching silently from the side. Brother Gu, Brother Ling, leave with Brother Yang first. Wang Long said to Gu Fei with his back facing him, TCH, you still want to leave? Do you think we're heir? Chi Hao's younger brother, Qi Ming, sneered and waved his right hand. The youths behind him immediately surrounded Gu Fei's group. Ling Feng had already helped Yang Zhan up. Yang Zhan had been sent flying by Qi Ming's palm and was heavily injured. Although he had eaten healing pills, he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. Be careful, don't kill them. It's not good to kill near Sky Sect. Chi Hao smiled. Got it, Boss Chi. As the young cultivators surrounded Gu Fei and the others, they spoke in an unscrupulous manner. Their tone was very arrogant. You should rejoice. Otherwise, today would be the day you die. Chi Hao looked disdainfully at Wang Long Yu. Wang Long was shocked and angry. This guy was too hateful. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the point of talking so much? At this time, Ling Feng suddenly shouted at Kevern. Very good. Brothers, since their skin is itching, let us help them scratch it. Kevern shouted. Haha. The other young cultivators laughed out loud. Go to hell. Wang Long roared. He stomped on the ground and turned into a blur as he charged towards Kevern. His right fist smashed towards Kevern. A violent power erupted from Wang Long's fist, causing the leaves in the forest to dance and the surrounding trees to shake. However, Chi Hao was still smiling. He extended his right hand and instantly caught Wang Long's fist. In the next moment, Wang Long's body was sent flying and smashed into the ground. Bam! Wang Long fiercely smashed into the ground. Dust immediately flew up, and a human-shaped pit appeared. You overestimate yourself? Kevern looked at Wang Long on the ground with disdain. He then ruthlessly kicked Wang Long's waist, causing him to slide several meters forward. At this time, Qi Ming and the other young cultivators had already made their moves. Qi Ming was very ruthless. He actually pulled out a sword and wanted to completely cripple Gu Fei's group. Yingtian Sect's mountain gates were open today to welcome youths and young cultivators from all over. On this day, no deaths were allowed within a 10,000-mile radius of Yingtian Sect. This was the rule of Yingtian Sect. All the cultivators who came to participate in the entrance trial had to abide by it. However, Chi Hao wanted to take advantage of this loophole. Yingtian Sect only said that no deaths were allowed, but it did not say that injuries were not allowed. As long as Wang Long and his group were not beaten to death, it was not against the rules. They could still participate in the entrance trial. Swish! Qi Ming fixed his eyes on Gu Fei. The flexible sword in his hand instantly straightened and directly stabbed at the joint of Gu Fei's left shoulder. If it hit, Gu Fei's entire arm would be crippled. Of course, if he was an ordinary person, Gu Fei's arm would be crippled. However, he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Gu Fei would not be so easily stabbed. He moved his feet and instantly appeared in another direction. His speed was extremely fast. What? Qi Ming was shocked. How could this guy's speed be so fast? The other young cultivators also attacked Ling Feng and Yang Zhan. Ling Feng and Yang Zhan were no match for these people. Just as they were about to be beaten to the ground, a figure rushed over. Bam! 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 That person's fists continuously smashed out, and all the young cultivators were sent flying. They fell to the ground and groaned in pain. For a moment, they could not stand up. The person who attacked was Gu Fei. Brother Gu Yu. Ling Feng and Yang Zhan were stunned by this scene. They had not expected that the friend they had just met would be so powerful. The two brothers, Qi Hao and Qi Ming, looked at Gu Fei in shock. They had actually misjudged him. They did not expect Gu Fei to be an inborn expert. Swish! Qi Ming immediately attacked. The flexible sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, piercing towards Gu Fei. Oomph! Gu Fei laughed coldly. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the flexible sword that was piercing towards him. Then, he violently pulled it back. Qi Ming only felt a shock in his hand. The flexible sword in his hand flew out of his hand and was snatched away by his opponent. He also staggered a few steps forward. Bam! Gu Fei's fist directly landed on Qi Ming's chest. Qi Ming immediately became like a prawn. His entire body arched up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly became extremely pale. He fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. Second brother. When Qi Hao saw this, he immediately became extremely nervous. If his dantian was broken by his opponent, then his second brother's entire life's worth of cultivation would be wasted. Go to hell. Qi Hao roared angrily and attacked with all his strength. He was like a mad bull, directly crashing into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei did not move, but Qi Hao was in a tragedy. He only felt as if he had crashed into an extremely hard piece of divine metal. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and his entire body was sent flying by the recoil. Who are you? Qi Hao was dumbfounded. This inconspicuous black-robed youth was actually stronger than him. How was this possible? Was this guy a great accomplishment inborn expert? At this moment, even Wang Long, who had just crawled up from the ground, was dumbfounded. He also did not expect Gu Fei to actually be so powerful. Humph! If you want to cripple us, I should be the one crippling you. Gu Fei looked at Qi Hao and said coldly. Damn it! Qi Hao was both shocked and angry. At this time, his left arm was already broken, and this would definitely affect his participation in the Ying Tian Sect's entrance trial. At this time, even his intestines were green with regret. You still want to participate in the Ying Tian Sect's entrance trial? Gu Fei said to Qi Hao with a naughty smile. Swish! Qi Hao suddenly turned around and fled. He actually abandoned his second brother and his dog friends to escape alone. Gu Fei smiled, but he did not chase after Qi Hao. Brother Gu, don't let him escape, Wang Long anxiously said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything. He only bent down and picked up 3 small stones from the ground. Then with a wave of his right hand, the 3 small stones directly shot towards the escaping Qi Hao. Qi Hao had just escaped the forest, but before he could rejoice, he let out a blood-curdling scream and directly fell to the ground. Both his legs and right arm had a bloody hole. At this time, Ling Feng made his move. He broke the limbs of those guys that Gu Fei had knocked down. He had to do this because if it was not for Gu Fei, they would have ended up like Qi Hao and his brother. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were not ruthless, they would be the ones to die. Wang Long and the rest were very clear about this law of the jungle, but they did not kill. Therefore, these guys could only be injured but not killed. It was impossible for them to recover in a short time. Haha, today was really a good day. Yeah, today was a good day. Serves them right for being unlucky. Ling Feng and Wang Long walked out of the forest and saw Qi Hao lying on the ground. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you're not arrogant anymore. Ling Feng came in front of Qi Hao and stepped on his head, his face full of disdain. You. Qi Hao gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, but he could not do anything because his limbs were already broken. He could only lie on the ground like a fish on a chopping board. He was an Xiantian expert, but he had fallen to such a miserable state. This almost drove him crazy. You better kill me now, or I will definitely kill you all. Qi Hao roared. Hee hee, what can a piece of trash like you do? Ling Feng said coldly. Cripple his dantian. Make him a real cripple, Yang Zhan said suddenly. That's right. That's right. A guy like you deserves this kind of punishment. As Ling Feng spoke, he directly kicked Qi Hao's dantian. You all. Qi Hao was filled with hatred. Once his dantian was crippled, his cultivation would disappear and he would become an ordinary person. He would no longer be a high and mighty Xiantian expert. This was even crueler than killing him. Stop. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the sky. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei and the rest. Gu Fei looked and saw that this person was actually a fairy in white, shrouded in an immortal aura. Her face was covered with a veil, and her eyes were filled with spiritual energy, sizing up Gu Fei and the rest. An immortal from Yingtian sect. Chapter 3674. Wang Long and the rest were about to cripple Qi Hao outside a forest in a mountain range near Yingtian sect's Yingtian courtyard. But at this moment, a celestial figure descended from the sky and landed in front of them. The celestial light dissipated and a figure appeared from within. Everyone focused and saw that this person was actually a white-clothed fairy with her face covered. Although they couldn't see the fairy's appearance, the white-clothed fairy's figure was not bad, especially the extraordinary celestial aura on her. It was even more awe-inspiring. "What are you guys doing?" The white-robed fairy looked at Qi Hao on the ground and said coldly, "Fairy, don't misunderstand. We're not bad people. The real bad guy is this guy on the ground. He wants to cripple us because he's an innate expert. We're just defending ourselves." Wang Long quickly said, "Is that really the case?" The white-robed fairy said indifferently, without a trace of emotion in her tone. "That's the truth," Wang Long said. He didn't dare to hide anything in front of the white-robed fairy. One should know that this was an immortal. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were omnipotent existences. Gu Fei had been watching from the side without saying a word. Ling Feng, on the other hand, stood with his hands by his side. He didn't even dare to look at the white-robed fairy as he trembled. "Fairy sister, you have to stand up for me. These people are the bad guys. They plotted against us, wanted to steal our things, injured us, and prevented us from participating in the entrance test." At this moment, Qi Hao, who was on the ground, wailed. His snot and tears were running down his face. He acted as if it was real. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but admire his acting skills. "You guys can't fool me." The white-robed fairy reached out with her right hand. A ray of celestial light rushed out from her hand and instantly rushed into Wang Long's forehead. In the next moment, Wang Long seemed to have turned into a wooden man. He didn't move at all and his eyes were dull. His mind was actually controlled by someone. Very quickly, the white-robed fairy retracted the celestial light that she had shot into Wang Long's forehead. Then, her eyes turned sharp. "Very well. You actually dared to lie to me." As she spoke, she waved her right hand and sharp blades of light immediately rushed out of her hand. One of the blades of light directly beheaded Qi Hao, who was on the ground. The other light blades flew directly into the forest, instantly killing Qi Ming and the others inside. The smell of blood permeated the forest. This, Wang Long, who had just regained consciousness, and Ling Feng, as well as Yang Zhan, were all frightened by this scene. None of them expected the white-clothed fairy to suddenly kill Qi Hao and the others. Swish! A ray of celestial light surged out from the white-robed fairy. Before Wang Long and the others could react, the white-robed fairy turned into celestial light and shot into the sky, disappearing. What happened? Wang Long and the others were dumbfounded. Just now, I felt like I was seen through by Fairy Sister. It seems like I have no secrets to hide in front of her. Wang Long recalled the scene just now and said with lingering fear, "That's a soul-searching technique." Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "A soul-searching technique?" Wang Long and the others couldn't help being startled. Could it be one of those legendary immortal arts that can read other people's memories? Ling Feng was shocked. It should be that kind of immortal art. Gu Fei nodded. No wonder Fairy Sister killed Qi Hao. He actually dared to lie to Fairy Sister. He deserved to be killed. Yang Zhan seemed to be rejoicing in Qi Hao's misfortune. "Brother Gu, how did you know Fairy Sister used a soul-searching technique just now?" Wang Long looked at Gu Fei. "That's just a guess." Gu Fei shrugged. Seeing that Gu Fei wasn't willing to say, Wang Long tactfully didn't continue asking. He didn't believe that Gu Fei was just guessing. Gu Fei definitely recognized this immortal art. Could it be that Gu Fei was actually a descendant of one of those cultivation clans? The Ying Tian sect ruled over a vast territory. The entire sect was divided into the Ancestral Gate and 12 subsects. Under the 12 subsects, there were also 36 subsects. The Ying Tian sect could be said to be filled with experts and countless immortals. It ruled over 1 billion territories and billions of living beings. Even if immortals spent their entire life, they would not be able to traverse the territories ruled by the Ying Tian sect. This time, when the Ying Tian sect opened its doors to accept disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of everyone and shocked the entire mortal world. The Ying Tian sect was only a small sect in the ancestral realm. Only sects with a supreme great ancestor could be considered a big sect, and supreme great ancestors were also divided into strong and weak ones. The Ying Tian great ancestor was only a quasi-supreme being. In the ancestral realm, which was filled with powerhouses, a quasi-supreme being was really nothing. We're rich. Qihao is really unlucky. Let's split his things evenly. Ling Feng said excitedly. Qihao came from a cultivation clan in the mortal world. Although it was not a powerful cultivation clan, he still cultivated to the innate realm. This time, Qihao and the others naturally brought a lot of things to participate in the Ying Tian courtyard's entrance test. Wang Long, Ling Feng, and the injured Yang Zhan began to move and found many good things from Qihao and the others. Xiantian grade weapons and medicinal pills, these were all good things, especially Yang Zhan. After eating the medicinal pills found on Qihao's body, his injuries actually took a significant turn for the better. Gu Fei did not move and watched Wang Long and the others search Qihao and the others. Their harvest was not bad. They found 5 innate realm weapons. These were the weapons that Wang Long and the others urgently needed. Innate realm weapons were already spirit tools and were no longer within the scope of ordinary weapons. A spirit tool's power was at least 10 times, or even 10 times stronger than an ordinary tool. With a suitable spirit tool in hand, Wang Long and the others' combat power would multiply, and their chances of winning the entrance test would also greatly increase. Brother, it's all thanks to you this time. You can choose these weapons first. Wang Long placed the 5 spirit tools in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help nodding inside. This fatty Wang was very reliable. For a friend, he was willing to fight with his life on the line and didn't hesitate to challenge Qihao. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have such courage. Wang Long was a peak Hotian expert, but he dared to challenge a Xiantian expert like Qihao. That was no different from courting death. It was very rare to see someone willing to risk their life for a friend. I'll pass. You can have them if you want. Gu Fei shook his head. He even had an extreme Dao Saint item, so he naturally wouldn't care about a few spirit tools. It had to be known that spirit tools could be said to be the lowest level of weapons. What, you don't want them? Wang Long and the others were startled. These were spirit tools, but Gu Fei actually didn't want them? Did he have a better weapon? Thinking of how Gu Fei had easily defeated Qihao, Wang Long and the others understood. They had already guessed that Gu Fei definitely came from an amazing cultivation clan. Perhaps Gu Fei came from a cultivation clan. There were countless cultivation clans within the territory ruled by the Ying Tian Zone. These cultivation clans naturally couldn't compare to the Ying Tian Zone, and the disciples of those cultivation clans were proud to enter the Ying Tian Zone. In truth, those cultivation clans were also established by the Ying Tian Zone's disciples. They were inextricably linked to the Ying Tian Zone. But even the disciples of those cultivation clans had to pass the entrance trial to enter the Ying Tian Zone. There were no backdoors. Brother Gu, then we won't be polite. Ling Feng said as he picked up a battle spear. Yang Zhan picked up an ancient sword, and Wang Long picked up a great blade. As for the remaining 2 spirit artifacts, one was a bronze rod and the other was a bronze axe. Wang Long put away the rod and bronze axe, then they left the place. One had to know that Qihao died here. The Ying Tian Zone's immortals had already spread the word that no one was allowed to kill within the Ying Tian Zone's territory. Of course, Wang Long's group didn't kill Qihao's group. However, the white-clothed fairy had already left. If others saw them together with Qihao's corpse, then it would truly be hard to explain. If they were stripped of their qualifications to participate in the entrance trial because of this, then Wang Long's group would truly be wronged. Gu Fei's group continued on their way. They were mortals, so they had to walk step by step towards the Ying Tian Zone's lower court. This was actually a kind of trial. If someone gave up midway, they would lose the chance to participate in the trial. Every time the Ying sect accepted disciples, there would be many people who couldn't take the hardship and gave up in the end. It seemed as if all the youths in the world were heading towards the Ying zone to become a disciple, but there weren't many who actually passed the test. Gu Fei's group would occasionally encounter savage beasts as they walked through the mountain ridges. These savage beasts were also unlucky to encounter Gu Fei's group. They could only be eaten by Gu Fei's group. 12 hours later, Gu Fei's group arrived outside a valley. Roar! As soon as they stopped, a roar was heard. A ferocious tiger rushed out of the valley and pounced on Wang Long, who was at the front. What? Wang Long was startled and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Ling Feng's spear stabbed towards the tiger. The spear couldn't pierce through the tiger's body. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of tiger was this? It was actually impervious to swords and spears. Roar! The tiger raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar, its voice shaking the void. A violent power erupted from the tiger's body. It leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei. "Brother Gu, be careful," Wang Long and the others quickly shouted. Chapter 3675. Outside the Primogenitor Mountain in the Primogenitor Realm, the Ying sect opened its gate to recruit disciples and attracted young cultivators from all directions to participate in the sect's entrance trial. After Gu Fei left the Primogenitor mountain range, he turned into a Xiantian cultivator and mixed in with the young cultivators who wanted to join the Ying sect to participate in the sect's entrance trial. The Ying sect was a small sect without a supreme great ancestor, but it had a vast territory under its control. Even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to cross the territory ruled by the Ying sect. However, the Ying sect was divided into the Ancestral Gate, 12 subsects, and 36 courtyards. The 36 courtyards were located in various important places within the sect's territory. The Ying sect's courtyard outside the Primogenitor mountain range was ranked last among the 36 courtyards, which meant that it was the last place. The location of the Ying sect's courtyard was not good because it was close to the Primogenitor mountain range. It was worth noting that an extreme-grade Venerable beast lived deep inside the mountain range. An extreme-grade Venerable beast could contend with an extreme-grade Venerable beast. There were not many humans living outside the Primogenitor mountain range, and the number of humans was definitely incomparable to other regions. Even so, there were still millions of young cultivators who rushed to the Ying sect's courtyard day and night. Among them, many unlucky fellas directly became ferocious beasts' food. Not all of the millions of young men and women could make it to the Ying sect's entrance trial, which was held once in a decade. As such, some of them were forever stuck on the road. At that moment, Gu Fei and his companions arrived outside a ravine and encountered a ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger was quite unlucky because it set its eyes on Gu Fei and pounced on Gu Fei. As such, the king of beasts met with tragedy. The ferocious tiger leaped over Gu Fei's head, then it laid on the ground and stopped moving. Blood seeped out from under the tiger's body. "Brother Gu, that's amazing. This ferocious tiger can definitely resist a Xiantian realm cultivator." Ling Feng was shocked when he saw the ferocious tiger on the ground. "Haha, we don't have to go hungry tonight." Wang Long laughed. At this time, he looked at the sky. It was time to find a place to spend the night. It was not easy to spend the night in the mountains. After all, the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that hid during the day would come out at night. There was no shortage of poisonous insects and snakes in the mountain ridges. Poisonous scorpions also liked to come out at night, and some extremely poisonous spiders were even more terrifying. If bitten, even a Xiantian cultivator would die. Soon, Wang Long found a cave at the back of the valley. Bones were scattered all over the ground outside the cave. Wang Long and the others carefully walked into the cave, only to find a corpse inside. It was the corpse of a young man. His neck had been bitten off by a fierce tiger, and he had died here. Poor fellow. Wang Long and the others couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the corpse. In order to become experts, to become omnipotent immortals, countless people had fallen in this mountain range. They couldn't retreat. In the primogenitor's realm, only by becoming experts would they be able to survive. Gu Fei was following behind them, indifferently watching everything. The things he had experienced weren't something Wang Long and the others could imagine. At this time, Ling Feng walked out, and very quickly, he dragged the fierce tiger's corpse back, and everyone started a fire in the cave. Ling Feng and Yang Zhan directly cut the tiger into 8 pieces and roasted its legs over the fire. The tiger meat was quickly roasted to a shiny golden color. When the fat dripped onto the fire, it made a sizzling sound. An appetizing meaty aroma filled the cave. "We're in luck today, huh?" As Wang Long spoke, he took out his machete and cut off a piece of roasted tiger leg that weighed 7 to 8 catties. Then, he handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly took the roasted meat and ate it in large bites. He then took out a jar of wine from the bag beside him and ate the meat and wine in large gulps. He felt very refreshed. Only with wine and meat can one truly enjoy life. Wang Long took the wine jar from Gu Fei, raised his head, and took a big gulp. Then, he passed the wine jar to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan naturally did not stand on ceremony and took a big gulp. Ling Feng, on the other hand, only cared about the meat. This kind of beast meat contains spiritual energy, and the more he ate, the better it would be for a cultivator. However, the wine Gu Fei drank wasn't ordinary. It was very beneficial to cultivators, but Wang Long and the others didn't notice it. Not long after, they ate and drank their fill. They then sat down to recuperate in preparation for the next day. There was a time limit for going to the side courtyard of Yingtian sect. The gate of Yingtian sect would be open for 10 days. Within these 10 days, only the teenagers or young people who arrived at the side courtyard of Yingtian sect were qualified to participate in the entrance trial. Wang Long and the others had been walking in the mountains for 8 days. They still had 2 days left. At their current speed, they would definitely be able to make it in time. Gu Fei also sat cross-legged on a large rock. He looked at Wang Long and the others, but he remembered his own experience. Back in the Taishan sect, he had desperately wanted to become a strong cultivator. Now, the Taishan sect was long gone. He didn't know if his senior brother had returned to the human realm. Li Lingfeng wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, and Gu Fei definitely supported this matter. Now that Ren Huangjiang was in charge of the human realm, there shouldn't be any major events. However, in the human realm, Gu Fei had too many enemies, and it was full of uncertainties. Gu Fei thought of the old turtle in the heaven realm. He didn't know how that guy was doing in the heaven realm. Would Yuan Gu jump out and fight with him for territory? These were also uncertain factors. There were also the descendants of the sky demon, the descendants of the Buddhist sects, and the little monk Fan Xiao, who was as black-bellied as He Tian, probably thinking of ways to cheat him. The water in the human realm was very deep, and the water in the heaven realm was also very deep. As for the ancestral god realm, it had almost been conquered by him. However, this ancestral god realm gave Gu Fei a very oppressive feeling. The ancestral god realm was different from any other world. Because this was the source of all worlds, it was the most perfect and flawless world, and it was also the largest world. Gu Fei thought of his daughter and disciple who had set foot on the ancient road of the human race. He didn't know how they were doing. The only thing he could be sure of was that they were still alive. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Wang Long and the others continued to roast the tiger meat that they hadn't eaten last night. After a full meal, they left the cave, left the valley, and continued on their way to the side courtyard of Yingtian sect. At this time, they could already see the celestial mountain floating in the sky. That was where the side courtyard of Yingtian sect was located. Haha, we're almost there. Brothers, let's work harder. Success is right in front of us. Wang Long laughed loudly. He was incomparably excited. However, in order to join Yingtian sect, they must first pass the entrance test. Otherwise, they could only return home. At noon, Gu Fei, Wang Long, and the others were less than 100 miles away from the side courtyard of Yingtian sect. At this time, there were more and more people in the surroundings. These people were all teenagers or young adults. Gu Fei didn't see any elderly cultivators. Looking at the celestial mountain floating high in the sky, everyone was incomparably excited. Of course, That was except for one person. That person was Gu Fei. He sensed an incomparably powerful aura from the celestial mountain in front of him. In the palace at the peak of the celestial mountain, there was actually the aura of an immortal emperor. The hall master of Ingtian sect was actually an immortal emperor. Of course, an immortal emperor was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. A single slap from him could kill a large number of them. Isn't that the fatty from the Wang family? Why? Even a fatty wants to participate in the entrance test? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Wang Long and the others were startled by the sudden voice. They quickly turned around and saw a few black-robed youths staring at them from under a big tree a few dozen feet away. They seemed to be up to no good. Lei Dong. Wang Long couldn't help being startled when he saw the black-robed youth. This youth came from the Lei family, which was even more powerful than the Qi family. The Lei family couldn't be compared to the Qi family. The Lei family was a cultivation family with an immortal. This Lei Dong had a big brother called Lei Zhun. This Lei Zhun had successfully joined Ingtian sect during the entrance test 10 years ago. 10 years later, no one knew how powerful this Lei Zhun had become. Moreover, the Lei family and Ingtian sect were inextricably linked. There was no doubt that the immortal of the Lei family came from Ingtian sect. Fatty Wang, I think you guys should just go back obediently. You're not even an Xiantian expert. You're just asking to be humiliated by coming here. A black-robed youth beside Lei Dong said disdainfully to Wang Long, you guys. Wang Long and the others were both shocked and angered. These guys actually told them to go back? The mountain gate of Ingtian sect was right in front of them. What? Is it that my words are no longer effective? The black-robed youth called Lei Dong was somewhat displeased. Brother Lei, this is a little too much. Ling Feng spoke. He stared at the black-robed youth and clenched the spear in his hand. He actually wanted to challenge Lei Dong. Reckless. Lei Dong shook his head helplessly and walked forward. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Brother Lei, just let us drive them away. A black-robed youth smiled and walked forward from behind Lei Dong. Brother Gu, this. Yang Zhan looked at Gu Fei and said, just a bunch of clowns. It's a small matter. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, what did you say? Who are you calling clowns? Lei Dong's face immediately darkened. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to call him a clown. This guy really had guts. Come at me together. Gu Fei smiled coldly and hooked his finger at Lei Dong. At this time, a purple-robed girl was watching everything unblinkingly from afar. Chapter 3676. Gu Fei's group was only 100 miles away from Ingtian sect's courtyard. Everyone was very excited because they would soon be able to reach the courtyard and participate in the sect's entrance trial. However, at this time, Gu Fei's group was targeted by Lei Dong of the Lei clan. Lei Dong was not someone Qi Hao and the others could compare to. One must know that Lei Dong was a descendant of an immortal. All of you come at me together. Gu Fei did not want to waste time with these guys and directly hooked his finger at Lei Dong. What? Lei Dong smiled. He smiled very happily. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? A young man beside Lei Dong stood up. Brother Lei, this guy is mine. I want him to know what it means to wish for death. That young man stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely, Sigh, I can't even act tough. Gu Fei sighed helplessly. Haha, you want to act tough? I specialize in acting tough. That young man laughed and directly charged at Gu Fei. Brother Gu, be careful. This guy is called Tsun Takashi, a famous smiling tiger, vicious and merciless. Wang Long warned Gu Fei. A smiling tiger? Why does he look more like a smiling cat? Gu Fei said with disdain. Go to hell. The black-clothed young man, Tsun Takashi, leaped up with a hideous grin and slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. A violent palm force immediately surged out from his palm, stirring up a strong gale on the ground. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept up into the air and danced in the air. A bit imposing, Gu Fei nodded and said, This fellow was actually a Xiantian expert. The palm of this fellow had actually turned pitch black with black qi lingering around it. It's a venomous sand palm. Ling Feng cried out in shock. Brother Gu, be careful of his palm. Do not let it touch you. Yang Zhan shouted at Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, his fist instantly colliding with Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm. Not good. Wang Long and the others were dumbfounded. Brother Gu Yu. Yang Zhan never imagined that after receiving his warning, Gu Fei would still dare to touch Tsun Takashi's palm. Wasn't this courting death? Hee hee, Brother Lei. It seems we've run into an idiot. A young man in black next to Lei Dong looked at Gu Fei with a gloating expression. So silly, huh? Another black-robed youth sneered. However, at that moment, Tsun Takashi's expression changed. The black chi on his palm was actually spreading up his arm. Soon, even his face darkened. Bam! Gu Fei's fist shook and Tsun Takashi was immediately sent flying. He landed on the ground and staggered for a moment before stabilizing himself. Io, why is your face so black? Gu Fei smiled. What? This time, it was Lei Dong and the others who were stunned. What's going on? He's fine. How is this possible? The two black-robed youths beside Lei Dong were dumbfounded. One must know that Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm was extremely terrifying. Even a bull would die instantly if it was struck by his palm. Even an Xiantian realm expert would be half dead if not dead after being struck by Tsun Takashi's palm. Furthermore, no one had ever dared to take Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm head-on. At this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Tsun Takashi's body swayed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped breathing. In a flash, Lei Dong came to Tsun Takashi's side. Tsun Takashi's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he was already dead. You killed Tsun Takashi. Lei Dong turned around and glared at Gu Fei. Tsun Takashi is dead. The other 2 black-robed youths were shocked and came to Tsun Takashi's corpse. Seeing the state of Tsun Takashi's death, their hearts palpitated. Tsun Takashi is actually dead. Wang Long and the others were also in disbelief. One must know that Tsun Takashi was a Xiantian expert and cultivated the insidious venomous sand palm. To be able to kill Tsun Takashi with one punch, could it be that Gu Fei's cultivation had already surpassed the Xiantian realm? According to Gu Fei's understanding, the realm above the Xiantian realm was the Imperial Void Realm. Cultivators in this realm could soar into the sky and fly. You actually dared to kill someone in Ying Tianzong's territory? Lei Dong gritted his teeth. TCH, who said I killed him? He just poisoned himself to death. Gu Fei said disdainfully. What did you say? Lei Dong couldn't help but be shocked. This fellow was very powerful. He actually forced the poison of Tsun Takashi's venomous sand palm back into Tsun Takashi's body, causing him to die. The other black-robed youth was also stunned when he heard Gu Fei's words. Tsun Takashi really did die from poison. Even if Ying Tianzong's immortals came, Gu Fei wouldn't be afraid. You deserve to die. Lei Dong was enraged, truly enraged. With a flip of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. He shook the spear and thrust it towards Gu Fei. The spearhead of Lei Dong's spear turned into a speck of cold light and instantly pierced towards Gu Fei's forehead. Careful, Wang Long shouted. However, that speck of cold light actually stopped in front of Gu Fei's forehead. It was just a little bit away, but it couldn't move anymore. Gu Fei had actually used 2 fingers to clamp down on Lei Dong's spear. What? Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei actually used 2 fingers to block Lei Dong's spear. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. The most shocked person was still Lei Dong. He never expected this inconspicuous fella to be so powerful. Tsun Takashi's death wasn't undeserved. Roar! Lei Dong roared as all the power in his body surged into the spear in his hand. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds could be heard as a layer of lightning appeared on the spear. A destructive aura spread out from the spear. Lightning-type cultivation method. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This Lei Dong was not only surnamed Lei, but he also cultivated in lightning-type cultivation methods. It seemed like Lei Dong came from a Thunder Immortal clan. Gu Fei didn't care about this lightning at all. No matter how Lei Dong used his power, his 2 fingers that were clamping the spearhead did not move at all. Wang Long and the others were all stunned. Their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Gu Fei's battle strength had already far exceeded everyone's expectations. especially Wang Long and the others. They sadly realized that they had still severely underestimated Gu Fei's cultivation and battle strength. To be able to make such a powerful friend, Wang Long and the others felt that they were quite lucky. Crack! Just at this moment, Gu Fei's 2 fingers that were clamping the spearhead used some force, and the spearhead was actually broken. With a wave of his right hand, the broken spearhead instantly turned into a cold light that directly pierced through Lei Dong's right shoulder. Lei Dong screamed as he flew backwards, the spear in his hand flying out. In the next moment, he heavily crashed into the trunk of a large tree and vomited a mouthful of blood. I told you all to attack together, but you didn't believe me. Look, you're out of luck now, Gu Fei said helplessly. You. The other 2 black-clothed youths looked at Gu Fei in fear. If even Lei Dong wasn't his match, then they definitely weren't his match. They hurriedly rushed towards Lei Dong and helped him up from the tree. They pathetically ran away, not even caring about Sun Takashi's corpse. Gu Fei didn't chase after them. He didn't care about these clowns at all. Of course, if he wanted to, he could directly kill his way to the Ing Sky sect's ancestral gate and annihilate the entire sect. However, this would startle those extreme grade supremes. He had to keep a low profile before his tribulation. It wasn't good to be too high profile. No matter what, he had to become extreme Dao Supremes before he could be high profile. Brother Gu, are we just going to let these fellows go like this? Ling Feng said worriedly. These fellows won't be able to cause any waves. Gu Fei said. Let's go as well. Wang Long said. The Ing Sky Sect side courtyard was just 100 miles away. As long as they arrived on time, they would be qualified to participate in the sect's entrance trial. They had less than 2 days left. According to their speed, they definitely had enough time. They wouldn't miss the entrance trial, but it would be hard to say if they ran into any accidents on the way. Gu Fei and the rest didn't touch Chang Wei's corpse. This fellow's corpse was covered in poison. It wouldn't be good even if they touched it. They dug a pit and buried Chang Wei. They continued on their way and met many cultivators along the way. These people only had one goal, and that was to enter the Ing Sky Sect side courtyard before the time limit was up. Just as Gu Fei and the rest left, a young girl walked over from afar. She came to the place where Chang Wei was buried and took a look. Then, she followed behind Gu Fei and the rest. In fact, many people saw the scene of Lei Dong being defeated by Gu Fei. They were all shocked, especially those who knew Lei Dong. The Thunder Clan was quite influential in the Ing Sky Sect side courtyard. Lei Dong was an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Thunder Clan. He was already an innate expert at such a young age. He wasn't inferior to his brother, Lei Zhan. He was one of the most promising disciples to enter the Ing Sky Sect side courtyard. But now, Lei Dong was injured by Gu Fei. Even if he could reach the side courtyard on time, it would be difficult for him to pass the entrance trial. Brother Gu, you've gotten yourself into big trouble, Ling Feng said worriedly. What do you mean? Gu Fei said, somewhat baffled. It's like this. Lei Dong has a big brother who entered the Ing Tian sect 10 years ago and became a disciple of the Ing Tian sect's monastery. You injured Lei Dong, so his big brother definitely won't let this matter rest. Yang Zhan explained. TCH, I thought it was something serious. It's just a small matter, don't worry. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Chapter 3677. The fact that Gu Fei had injured Lei Dong frightened Wang Long and the rest. One should know that Lei Dong came from a clan that had an immortal overseeing it. His background was incomparably deep, not something that their clan could compare to. More importantly, Lei Dong had an older brother in the Ing Tian sect's courtyard. Offending Lei Dong would result in his brother Lei Zhan's revenge. What should they do? Wang Long and the others were very worried. After all, Lei Zhan had already entered the Ing Tian sect's courtyard and became a disciple when the Ing Tian sect opened its doors 10 years ago. It was not hard to imagine that even if Wang Long and the others successfully passed the Ing Tian sect's entrance test and became a disciple, it would be very difficult for them to make a name for themselves. However, to Gu Fei, this was not even worth mentioning. He didn't care at all. Brother, you guys sure are cool. You even dared to touch Lei Dong. A youth in purple came over to strike up a conversation. F***ck off, I'm annoyed. Wang Long roared at the guy. The man shrugged and hurriedly walked away. At this time, many people walked out from the mountain and onto the mountain path towards the Ying Tian sect's courtyard. Only now were they relatively safe. The mountain path was rugged, but these youths all had some skills. To know that only those at the peak of the post-celestial and post-celestial levels had the right to participate in the Ying Tian sect's entrance test. Even so, countless people were eliminated. They only had one chance, a chance to become a fish that leaped through the dragon's gate. If they missed this chance, these youths could only drown in the torrent of time and live their lives in obscurity. Of course, everyone had their own opportunities. Even if they couldn't enter the Ying Tian sect, they would still have another chance to become an immortal. However, only 1 in 10,000 could have such a fortuitous encounter. At this time, the news of Wang Long's group injuring Lei Dong had already spread. Some people were gloating, others were unhappy. Very quickly, someone came looking for them. 3 youths in green appeared on the mountain path and blocked Wang Long's path. They did not come with good intentions. Who was it that defeated Lei Dong? Come out. The leader was a young man with white teeth and red lips. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked arrogantly at Gu Fei and the others. Who are you, you yellow-haired brat? Your old man is annoyed. If you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Ling Feng stood up. He was very displeased to see this little fellow acting so arrogantly. Even a little brat can bully us. This is preposterous. Yang Zhan shouted angrily. Who are you calling a wimpy brat? All of you deserve to die. When the green-clothed youth heard Ling Feng and Yang Zhan's words, he became quite angry. One had to know that he was an existence that everyone in the family revolved around. These people actually dared to mock him. Although he couldn't kill them here, he had to teach them a lesson. Go, cripple them for me. Don't let them die. The green-robed youth roared. Yes, young master. The 2 youths behind the green-robed youth immediately accepted the order and fiercely pounced towards Wang Long and the rest. They did not care who injured Lei Dong. They wanted to cripple all of them. Tisich, who do you think you are? You think you can cripple anyone you want? Wang Long didn't think much of it. As he spoke, he took a step forward and slashed forward with his saber. A sharp saber energy immediately rushed out from the saber and slashed towards a young cultivator who was charging at him. The formless blade aura quickly slashed through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. The young cultivator's figure flashed to evade the incoming blade beam. Next, he sent a palm strike towards Wang Long. A formidable palm blast spread out, causing the sand and stones on the mountain path to fly about. Impudent! Ling Feng shouted. He raised the spear in his hand and faced off against another young cultivator who was attacking him. A great battle broke out on the mountain path, which alarmed many people nearby. Those people were watching the battle from afar, pointing at each other from time to time, guessing who would win. These fellows actually dared to provoke the little overlord of the Feng clan. They must be tired of living. Someone sneered. They were not optimistic about Wang Long's group. What is the Feng clan? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Feng clan. That brat is actually the little overlord of the Feng clan. Yang Zhan's expression changed when he heard the surrounding people's words. Damn it, they had already offended Lei Dong, and now they had offended the little overlord of the Feng clan. How are they going to live? What little overlord of the Feng clan? Is he very powerful? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Brother Gu, sometimes I really wonder if you are someone from the outer region of the primogeniture mountain range. You don't even know about the Feng clan? Yang Zhan was speechless. Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, Do I need to know them? Sigh. Yang Zhan was completely speechless this time. All right, I won't tease you anymore. They can't hold on any longer. Gu Fei said. What? Yang Zhan quickly looked forward and saw that Wang Long and Ling Feng were indeed unable to hold on and were forced to retreat. The cultivation of those 2 green-clothed youths was actually very powerful. Even if Wang Long and Ling Feng had spirit tools, they were not a match for them. Feng Yu, what do you want? Yang Zhan said to the green-clothed youth. Haha, are you afraid now? This young master doesn't want anything. I just want to cripple you. Don't worry, this young master won't kill you. The Feng clan's little overlord laughed. Damn it, Yang Zhan roared. This fellow was simply a madman. The Feng clan and Lei clan did not have any relationship. Why did this Feng you want to help Lei Dong? Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound rang out. Wang Long's saber was actually slapped by the green-clothed youth, causing him to retreat along with his saber. Ling Feng's left shoulder was also punched by the other green-clothed youth. The sound of bones breaking rang out and Ling Feng was directly sent flying. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Feng almost lost his grip on the spear in his hand and nearly flew out. Brother Gu. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhan couldn't help but anxiously look at Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward. His entire body was like a mirage as he instantly appeared in front of the two pursuing youths. He made a circle with his hands. Yin and Yang were clearly separated. The yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky, and the two youths involuntarily flew towards it. Bang! Bang! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.